I don't know why this keeps happening.
And yeah, there's a few people downstairs, so we'll definitely take a bit. So are people going to be able to see if she writes it's on the screen? Or are they just going to see PowerPoint at the moment?
So right now,
I don't think it matters hugely.
you can see this.
Okay. Oh, so it's got a camera.
Yeah, it's got 2 viewers, but I can't seem to watch the stream.
People are really not very morning people. There were people watching. Okay.
Stream is live.
Okay, good. Can you put a comment in the screen telling them that we'll be starting in 5 minutes?
Okay, well.
Yeah. Well, we should still be starting you at 11, but
Yeah.
because that should fit in fine anyway.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not anticipating that I'm going to be overwhelmed in the Q&A.
No.
Overwhelm her. Come on, take that as a challenge. Come on.
So hopefully everybody will be here by the time it's the panel, so should get lots of stuff for that. Ask you about stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about this. I don't.
Yeah,
A lot more people turned up when I was in
I've
first year.
spoken to smaller audiences, but that was at the beginning of my career. I'm not really used to. I had 150 on Thursday. But
Sometimes.
change about is as good as a rest. Isn't it?
Yes, we have 2 people watching live.
Why is that one away? What?
Right, we may as well get started. I don't think we're going to get a flood of people.
Okay. Let me tell everybody else. Okay, we'll probably start If they fail, the ones that are too hard, I have I do the ones that are too hard for people who use math every day.
So get to know you guys. I'm Brian. You guys.
Hi, Diva. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm
Peter.
Robin.
Robin. Cool.
I'm Hesby.
Sarah.
Hesby.
Hesby. Nice to meet you.
I think it's fine.
Liz. Liz. Hi, Liz. Liz, Robin, Peter, Hesby, and sorry. Oh, me, sorry, someone else is back there.
Diva.
Diva Dobby,
God, I'm getting lecture flashbacks.
Liz, Hesry, Peter.
Right. Like the mic.
This doesn't seem that important. What do you want me to do with this?
No, it'll broadcast your voice through the speakers throughout the lecture.
What do you want me to just attach this or just like that, and then I don't need to do anything with it?
No.
It's working?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay, we have 3 people.
Is that mic audible from there?
I think so.
Okay. So yeah. Is this one audible if I talk into it?
Yeah, when I was upstairs checking, it was still audible, so it should be fine.
So we're all live now?
Yeah, we are live now. I'll just go outside and check if we can hear everything.
Wait for them to come in. We're leaving the door open.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind people coming in and out. Well, in, rather they didn't go out there.
No, every time someone gets, they're desperate for a loo, I reckon. Sure. Oh, I probably shouldn't say that in front of the microphone. But, yeah. Okay, I'll wait for the rest of the community to turn up so we can watch.
Don't feel they have to come in just to make up numbers. I'm sure they have to.
Oh, I mean, it's not to make up numbers. They don't. I have specifically organised so that people don't need to be doing things so that they can watch the
They
talk.
can come in and out. Cool.
So, yeah, should be good. Okay. Da, 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 da. So I'll wait for Anand to come back, shall I? Anand. Yeah, I can wait till a minute. So, if he's not back in a minute, I'll just start. Yeah, live stream's working. More people watching. Okay. Sure. So people should be able to hear me. This microphone. Oh yeah, I'll probably start. Okay. So thank you for coming, the people that have decided to get up early. Not very many of you. So yeah.
But the best ones.
The
That's
best
the
ones,
important
yes.
thing.
Thank you very much. So we've got lots of talks today. I hope you're going to have a great time. First one's going to be from Bridie Pierce. Going to be talking mainly about dystopia and her Phoenix Rising books.
Yeah, sure.
And I think, yeah, you are doing a reading from that. Yep.
Yep, little one at the end.
Little
Yeah.
reading. You'll be able to get copies of that at the back. It's good. I'll be buying some. Hope you do too. Okay. Right.
Okay, hi, good morning. The subject of this Picocon is apocalypse and dystopia. Does kind of feel as if there's been an apocalypse among the students of Imperial College London this morning, but I am actually focusing on dystopia rather than apocalypse. These two things are not the same, although you may think that they are. The world today at the moment feels a little dystopian. You know, there are countries that you could live in our world which are essentially dystopias. You wouldn't want to live in North Korea, for example. That's essentially a dystopian environment. Russia and Ukraine at the moment, dystopian environments, you know. So obviously dystopian doesn't have to be post-apocalyptic because we haven't had an apocalypse. We've just got a bunch of totalitarian lunatics. So dystopia. As I say, they are not the same. Dystopian novels are often post-apocalyptic. To be fair, it's much easier to create your dystopian world as an author if you're essentially starting with a blank slate. And that's what an apocalypse does. It gives you a lovely blank slate. But not always. Not all post-apocalyptic novels are dystopian. Things like Ilse Blick's Ashes, for example, full-on post-apocalyptic, very, very disturbing, not dystopian at all. But there are some key things that can help you recognize the difference between your post-apocalyptic and dystopia. So, dystopian novels tend to be a warning about a near future gone wrong. What has gone wrong can, of course, be an apocalypse. These things are bad. But it needs to be followed by the establishment of a disastrous new world order. So, Phoenix Rising, my own, is a post-apocalyptic dystopia. Oryx and Crake by Margaret Atwood, absolutely brilliant, post-apocalyptic dystopia. Hunger Games is post-apocalyptic, Divergent, all the ones you're familiar with, Brave New World. Angel Fall, Penryn, is post-apocalyptic, where the angels have come down and decided to just wipe us all out. Wither, brilliant young adult, post-apocalyptic, loads of them. Loads and loads of them, because dystopia, very, very popular at the moment. But dystopian novels can also be comments on society, warnings about a near future which could go wrong that don't involve global devastation or a near extinction level event. You're talking things like 1984, which written in 1948 is your original familiar dystopia that everyone knows and did in school. Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale, is not post-apocalyptic. It's just set in America where a religious far right has managed to take over the government. Not that we can imagine that happening at all. V for Vendetta, for example, absolutely stunningly brilliant graphic novel, which I hope you've all read. or seen the film if you haven't read it, which is set in the UK in a very similar situation. Religious far-right extremists have taken over the government, but not post-apocalyptic. So dystopian novels don't have to be post-apocalyptic. So how do you know if you're reading a dystopian novel? Well, it shows that cataclysmic decline in what we would consider to be society. It includes a community or society that is characterized by totalitarian government. That's your big thing. That's your big flashing signal that you're reading a dystopian novel. It has that totalitarian government, one which exerts total control, dominates every aspect of life, and derives power from the key thing is dehumanization and the destruction of individuals. So when you start calling people cockroaches and so on, is a flashing red light that you're heading towards dystopia. In your dystopian society, you will have a significant difference between the haves and the have-nots. The people with all the power and all the money at one end, and the very poor people at the other. And key, there will be severe punishments for transgressors. They would be silenced, beaten, killed, as you see in something like 1984, as you see now in communist Russia. Dystopian novels often edge into horror, because the whole point of a dystopian novel is to warn you about this terrible thing is going to happen in the future. Horror is an obvious thing that is going to make you go, whoa, no, we don't want this to happen. So yeah, as writers, we often write horror dystopias. May and often does include environmental disaster, because like I say, this kind of post-apocalyptic blank slate is often characterized by environmental disaster. My own novel, Phoenix Rising, when I was thinking about this post-apocalyptic future that I wanted to write, I had to basically, one of the fun things about being an author is that you get to destroy the world. Woo! So I was like, how am I going to destroy the world? So I started off with us destroying the environment, as we are doing. So we start digging for oil in Alaska, and we basically run out of fossil fuels. So we're talking 20 or 30 years in the future, completely run out of fossil fuels. This causes the banks to collapse, tensions are escalating, wars are going on. The government then decides to, and I've covered all this in the book through a series of little newspaper articles so that I don't have to spend half the book describing the apocalypse. And then we decide to focus all our money, the world gets together, so to focus all our money on solar energy. We're going to focus all our money, all our resources on putting solar farms up so that we can carry on getting things back on track. And of course, what then happens, I decided, is the eruption of Yellowstone, which is, of course, a super volcano, which is going to throw up a lot of dust and stuff into the atmosphere and take out the sun for probably a decade or two. So that, of course, wipes out all of the solar farms, which means we're back to no energy for anything, nothing's working, we're all cold and hungry and at war, and that is basically the environment in which I start my novel. So super fun, killing the world, environmental disaster, which would be a lot more fun if it didn't seem like it was probably going to happen. So here's a few totalitarian governments for you there: Mussolini, Stalin, Hitler. Oh, hang on, I can't move that. Why do we write dystopia? You would think it would be massively depressing, and I would be sat next to my laptop drinking my tea and sobbing as I'm writing. Well, we use the new world order that we create as writers to offer commentary on issues we're facing today. So drawing real attention to real world issues about the society, environment, politics, economics, religion, psychology, ethics, science, technology. I mean, think of things like Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale and all of the things that she's drawing attention to there in terms of patriarchy and feminism and women's rights and stuff like that, religion, that she's able to use, you know, the book as a really, really effective vehicle. It draws contrast between the privileges of the ruling class and the existence of the working class. So apart from being a lot of fun as an author to create this world, we're also using it to draw attention to real world issues that we want our readers to think about. Dystopia for adults versus young people tends to be somewhat different. Dystopia for adults can be unrelentingly bleak, as I'm sure you know if you've watched the Handmaid's Tale TV series. Absolutely unrelenting horror. often the happy ending is elusive. I mean, if you think of the ending of 1984, for example, where you think of a boot stamping on a face forever, not a happy ending. It wants us to fear the way the world could go because there are places you can't come back from. That's what it's saying. Once we've got here, we cannot turn it around. So don't go there. Just don't. Now, dystopia for young people is different. As authors, writing books for young people that are unrelentingly bleak will mean that we don't sell that many more books. Also, we don't want to depress young people into jumping off buildings. That's not our job as authors. We want to give them hope. So books for young people tend to end on a note of hope. Not always. If you think of something like Only Ever Yours, that does not end on a note of hope. That is very effective, very sad. But it usually has a happy ending. Think of things like Hunger Games, Divergent, they go through the trials and they come out successful. Why? Well, one of the things about dystopia for young people is we don't want to tell you, look, if we go this far, we're all stuffed. What we want to tell you is you can make a difference. One person, if you stand up, think of Greta Thunberg, you can actually get out there and make a difference in the world. So if our stories end with one person trying to make a difference and then having a jackboot to the face forever, that is not going to encourage young people to get up and make change. We want them to get up and make change. So we say one person can make a difference. You can take on the patriarchy. You can take on the totalitarian government. You can make change. Dystopia is hugely popular at the moment. One of the interesting things about the history of literature is if you look at what's going on in history and you look at what's going on in literature, different genres are very popular during different events in history. For example, post-World War II, Westerns were hugely popular. Can anyone kind of imagine why the Western as a genre was hugely popular after World War II? And you can remember all the films with John Wayne and True Grit and all of that stuff, massively popular. Any thoughts on why?
Sort of like its own thing. It's like making all of the shooting and stuff fun again. It wasn't really invited to.
You're definitely along the right lines. Yes. Absolutely. So all of these men had come back from World War II. These boys had come back from World War II, hugely traumatized and struggling to reconcile what they had done. The evils that they had committed, killing people. They've been killing people and then they have to go home. So this genre was essentially created and became hugely popular, which said you have good and you have evil. And the right thing to do is fight evil. And it's all about machismo and being a very manly man and making that right decision and standing up for what is right, because all of the readers were boys who'd done that and needed to be reinforced, needed to be told it was okay what you did. You are the Seven Samurai. You are John Wayne. You went out and you protected freedom, So that is why Westerns were hugely popular. And dystopia is hugely popular at the moment. Science fiction in general, because of course dystopia is a subset of science fiction in general, it tends to be very popular when people are afraid that change might not happen. Science fiction is the literature of change. And at times like this, when we see the world heading down a dark path and we're afraid that it won't improve, science fiction becomes more popular. The very first science fiction, I believe, was written by Lucian in like the 2nd century AD. Is that right, Matt? Which actually included, it was written in Rome, and it actually included aliens and stuff. What else might be in the universe? Even the Romans were writing science fiction because they wanted to see change, basically. And we want to see change now, and dystopia is hugely popular, partly because it is the literature of change, and partly because so much of it says you can make a difference, it's not too late. Plus, Great stories. So, as a novelist, how do you come up with a dystopian world? Well, number one, you pick an issue. You write stories in different ways. Sometimes you might come up with a character and kind of go, right, I'm developing a character, and this is a character who's afraid of fire. And therefore, in this story, we're going to have a character who faces a giant fire, comes out the other side, maybe becomes a firefighter, falls in love at the end. So you can kind of have your story driven by character. You can have your story, a horror, for example, would be driven by fear, the fight to survive. So you could come up with a world and then kind of set your story within it. So, for example, Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, he very much came up with this world first and then kind of set his stories within it. In fact, he was a linguist, and what he was really interested in was writing the languages of like the elves and the dwarves, and then these stories just kind of happened as vehicles for the language. So there are lots of different ways that you kind of start to construct a story as a novelist. The way you start to construct your dystopia is you start with your issue, the thing you're concerned about, the thing you want people to think about. So we're going to come up with a dystopian world. We're going to create a story. We're going to create a dystopia because why not? It's darn good fun and you'll learn loads from doing it. So what issues most interest/worry you? I've got a few up there that maybe want to like kick off your imagination, but shout out some stuff. What issues are the ones that you would really like to write a book and make people think about?
Buy to let landlords.
What else? What was that, sorry? Zuckerberg. I'm going to put Zuckerberg/Facebook, if that's all right. What else? Transhumanism. What else?
Kleptopia, where money really rules everything.
Okay, so greed, capitalism.
There we go, capitalism.
What else? Yes, Liz.
Having money, sorry, but having all the healthcare and have not much.
So is healthcare your big thing? Given that the government is trying to sell off the NHS, that could be something that we're genuinely worried about. What else? What else are we worried about? Pandemic, very sensible. Yeah. I think the phrase "avoid it like a plague" is going to have to fall out of common parlance, isn't it? What else? Robots, AI, technology. Yeah. Sorry, my handwriting. I wasn't trained as a teacher. I think as a teacher, you actually get trained how to write legibly on a whiteboard, on a chalkboard. I was not. Apologies for that. Any other issues? Yes. Fake news? Yeah. Okay. So as a group, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Peter. You had your hand up. I was very rudely interrupted. Go on.
No, I was going to do the collapse of global trade.
The collapse of global trade. Okay, so as a group, what I'd like us to do is pick the subject that most interests here. We've got buy-to-let landlords. Honestly, I don't think we're going to be able to write an awesome dystopia about buy-to-let landlords. Zuckerberg/Facebook, transhumanism, greed or capitalism, haves/have-nots, particularly focusing on healthcare, the pandemic, robots/AI, fake news and global trade collapse. Hands up who wants to write theirs about buy-to-let landlords. Only two. Zuckerberg/Facebook. That's a 2, 3. That means that's gone. Transhumanism. 1, 2, 3, 4. That puts Zuckerberg out. Greed/capitalism. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That puts transhumanism out. Have/have-nots. 1. Sorry, gone. Pandemic. No. Robots. 2. Fake news. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's equal. Global trade collapse. Right. We've got a choice of fake news or greed and capitalism. Which one are we going with? Fake news, hands? Greed and capitalism. It's fake news. Okay, so now we know what our issue is. Okay. Step 2, we take our chosen issue to its extreme. What will the world be like if this is never solved? So, for example, if your subject was school shootings, you may imagine a world where all children are taken from their families age 5, put into maximum security compounds where they're educated in safety till they reach 18. Every day, every child must pass a mental health check. Happiness is key. Failure to pass the mental health check has serious consequences. Violence of any kind is prohibited and harshly punished. Can you picture this world? This would be a great setting for a dystopia. So we are going to do this now for fake news. We have to think about what would happen if this just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and is never solved. What is our world now like? Tell me a bit about what's happening in this world.
These agents, like news corporations, are probably all too afraid to say anything at the risk of not being fully correct. And maybe fake news is.
So you have to think about, as it's fake news, news will be distributed by news corporations. So would it be that they're afraid to say anything, or would it be that the news corporations are actually in control, they're in control of someone? Who are they in control of? So you've got the government in control of news outlets, news corporations. So you were saying about how they might be afraid to say anything. So you might have, hi, come on in, rogue journalists perhaps, who are actually keen to distribute the real news. What happens to these guys? Okay, how are they distributing the real news? How are these rogue journalists distributing the real news? Say again, sorry? Outlets? Pamphlets, yeah. What else? Yes? Mm-hmm. What else? Yes, Liz.
Speak when a preacher takes saying out loud and risking getting there.
What about radio? Pirate radio stations? Dark web? Okay, so if the government is in control of the news corporations, presumably they are distributing theirs via the usual media, the internet, and so on and so forth. You have these rogue journalists, right? What happens if someone is caught sharing information that's not government approved? Come on, you guys. There is hardly anyone in here. Have some fun. Shout it out. No one's judging. Dungeons. There we go. Okay. So now we have to think about what is the government? What news are they conveying? What are they trying to control? What are they trying to make people believe? So what else?
Things can't be better than they are now.
Things as good as possible. What else?
other nations that maybe have free media are actually out to get them.
Okay.
And Arabian, this is coming very naturally to me.
What else? So if they are claiming that other nations are out to get them and they're restricting access to things like the internet and so on, presumably now we need to think about the kind of culture, the kind of society we are in. So these people, the normal people, don't have access to the internet. We don't have access to what? TV? News? Do we have TV? Is it all state controlled? Do we have... Okay, so I'm going to call it free TV. No free TV, but we've got state control stuff. Okay. So the main message is the bad living conditions are good and things are never going to get any better and other nations are out to get them. So presumably it's very isolationist. So it's not just about the rogue journalists, it's about people saying things can be better, that they want to stop. So it's not just people going, actually, you know, in Belgium, things look pretty good. It's also people going, hang on a minute, things could be better and I can make these changes. So they are going to have some kind of police force, somebody in charge of enforcing all of this. Who's in charge of enforcing all of this? How does this work?
Could partially just be like other people in society, you know, people have been conditioned to the point where people say something about how they don't.
So you've got telling on neighbours. What else? Drones?
Drone birds. And they look like pigeons, but they're actually not pigeons.
I'm going to call that hidden drones. So they're always listening. How else might they control then what people think and say and do?
Teachers and education system.
What else? Religion? What else?
Social credit system.
Yeah, tell me more about that.
You get points and points and prizes for not dying.
How are your points recorded?
Tattoos.
Brilliant. So immediately we now have a visual thing which tells you these people are good, these people are bad. So what happens to you if you've had a strike through your tattoo or you've got a certain number of tattooed strikes? Well, how are these tattoos working? How is this going to work?
I'm thinking, like, wow, maybe that's part of maybe that's the only thing that makes you an individual, where your tattoo is. So you could be like a thigh person, or you could be like a forehead person, and they would be people.
So are we talking like a 3 strikes and you're out policy? Are we talking, you said points make prizes, so every time you get tattooed, you get moved from a decent house to a less decent house to a less decent house to a less decent to a cardboard box? You know, how is this working? How is this going to work?
You get tattoos for good behavior?
Well, that's the question. Is it just no tattoos, mean you're good, and you get tattooed for misbehaving, you know, misbehaving in class, saying things you shouldn't say, different number of marks for how bad you've been, so that someone could walk in just almost black with marks and we'd be like, or someone could walk in just completely tattoo free and you're like, oh, good person, government's proved. Okay, so yes.
I find that the idea of tattoos being almost like Facebook algorithm in the sense that the more good quotes according to the government you get, the more exposure you get, the more you get higher up also push further and further down, it's harder and harder to foster people.
So what about fashion? Think about what people are wearing. If we are either forced to reveal our tattoos or want to reveal our tattoos, what kinds of clothing are people going to be wearing? Is it going to be very revealing? Are you going to be punished for wearing things that cover your tattoos up? How are we going to do this? Come on, you guys, join in.
Could be that, like, people who are more powerful are able to wear things that cover their tattoos and all that, so that they can kind of get away with it.
Okay, so higher up in the hierarchy, you get to wear more clothes. Like it. So, who is this government and what are they trying to achieve? Who's in charge? We've talked about religion. We've talked about bad living conditions is good, things as good as possible, other nations out to get them. So if it's another nations out to get them thing, is it a militaristic thing? Is the country wanting to be really kind of imperialistic and go out and defeat other countries? So they're trying to persuade the people at home that they're the best and we need to go out and fight. Is it about money? So the people in power are wanting all the money, so they're persuading all the have-nots to be happy as they are because they're hoarding all the money themselves. Is it about religion? Is it religious, like Handmaid's Tale? Liz, you had your hand up?
Yeah, it's the descendants of Elon Musk and the other guys.
Billionaires.
But it's the descendants of them saying we need to control this. It started off as a great idea because we cannot. They married into the Murdoch family, and it all was snowballing and going great until someone became in power and beat was nasty.
Okay, so we've got the descendants of oligarchs and billionaires who've bought up news corporations and got into government, who over time have got control of the education and the religion, and are telling people that, you know, your bad conditions are good, things are never going to get any better, so that they can hoard and hoard and hoard more money. What's their ultimate aim here? Do they have an ultimate aim?
Have a good time.
Have a good time, have a good time. Okay, so people are spied on by hidden drones that are always listening. They're encouraged to tell on their neighbours and parents and friends. There's a corps of rogue journalists somewhere who are giving out pamphlets, graffiti, using soapboxes, you know, if they want to risk that. Pirate radio, dark web to try and put real information out. I guess much like what's happening in Russia at the moment. How do the Russians get the true facts about what's going on in the Ukraine? You get tattooed. Every time you get caught doing something wrong, you get tattooed. And the more tattoos you have, the lower down the social hierarchy you fall, until you are very much a pariah, completely hated. So we've started to develop a picture of a dystopian world. Yes? So, what is the government? We've discussed that. Who reaches high status and low? We've very much discussed that. You know, if you have clean skin, you go up in status, you do better and better. And if you have covered in tattoos, worse and worse and worse and worse. What does the government demand from us? Well, it's total obedience and belief in what they say. Who or what enforces the laws? We've talked about. So is it an army they've got? Is it secret police? Is it the ordinary police? Who or what's enforcing these laws? Is it religious, sort of an inquisition?
We've got hidden drones, so I think the drone should give you the tattoo on the spot. So the drones are kind of running everything.
So it's not man we're fighting against, it's these hidden drones that are, okay. And the penalties for non-compliance. We've talked about dungeons. What else? Can we go further? Re-education.
I guess maybe dungeon isn't the first option, maybe they give you the option of becoming part of the secret Roman army or whatever.
Well, we have drop points for good behaviour / dropping down the social hierarchy for getting tattoos. Presumably at the bottom of that is the dungeon. Okay. So, but we're not talking beatings and, presumably you could have people trained to believe that if someone walks in covered in tattoos, you give them a good kicking on principle. You know, that could be part of what they've been raised to believe, that it's okay to go full purge on someone covered in tattoos. So that kind of links with the telling on neighbours. So the government doesn't have to actually do the beatings because we're doing them ourselves. The invisible whip. Okay. So then we have to construct our story. Once you've constructed, you thought of your issue, fake news and the problems with it, and you've constructed our world, here it is, you then have to populate it with characters. So, are we going to write a book for young people or adults? First question. Hands up for young people. Adults. Okay, brilliant. So we want adult characters. We're not looking at teenagers who are, we're not talking about Hunger Games style teenagers. We're talking about 1984 style adults. So who are our characters? Let's have a male character first. Or I suppose it doesn't have to be a male character. It could be anything on the spectrum. What would you like?
I think there should be a tattoo artist character.
Brilliant.
They want to give you a tattoo.
Hang on, a tattoo artist and who?
That tattoo remover. Separate people.
Oh, we didn't talk about tattoo removers, but they would definitely be down with the road journalist and getting a damn. They'd be in deep trouble, wouldn't they? They'd be like hugely important among the underground, wouldn't they? Okay, so we've got a tattoo artist and a tattoo remover. Nice. So he would be rogue, wouldn't he, or she, or they, and they would be government good boy.
Well, I thought some people want to like do tattoo art for the sake of the art. Like that was their passion.
Or like they adjust the
Yeah, that's good.
like tweaking it. Now it's cool.
Maybe they start him as a government person.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. So we've got a tattoo artist who's a government good boy, who starts off doing just these marks on people, who comes to believe that tattooing could be an art, because presumably the art of tattooing is gone, because tattoos now are only considered to be bad. So he then starts to see tattooing as an art, and he wants to create art with tattooing. Which is when he starts to kind of think about maybe the government's not so awesome. Maybe he sees a few things happening to someone he's tattooed. Maybe he has to tattoo someone who he doesn't think deserves it, and he then finds them they've been kicked half to death in the street because of the tattoos he's put on them. Lots of things that could incite his change of heart. And he is going to meet this tattoo remover who's very anti-government and rogue. Brilliant. Love those two characters. Well done. So what do they want to achieve? Do they want to overthrow the government? Do they want to live a quiet life? Do they want to get out of Britain and into one of these nice free countries? Do they just want to create art? What is it that these characters want?
They're in love.
Which is cute, but what do they want? Apart from to bump naughties, what do they want out of life? I mean, presumably safety, well, so that they can have their love. But what does safety represent to them? What is it? What is their goal in the story?
So they want to smuggle themselves across the border and get to Scotland where they can tattoo in peace.
So they want to get across the border, they want to escape, they want to go to Scotland. Okay, what's their big fear? What's their greatest fear?
They're going to Scotland, it's probably Hadrian's Wall.
So getting across it, being captured, being caught, being separated, being re-educated, being tattooed. Okay, so capture. So obviously in the book that is going to happen at some point. They will be captured, they will have to face those fears, and they will come out the other side either destroyed like 1984 or rebirth, you know, like so many of the young adult dystopias. So what happens to these guys? Do they make it? Does the story eventually result in the downfall of the government? Do things carry on? You know, they just escape and think they just leave everyone behind. Things carry on as normal. Has the government been so successful in their fake news that people outside of Britain thinks that everyone in Britain is happy, and their escape enables people to discover that Britain's not a happy place? What's the outcome of all of this? What would you like your story to end on? Well, who wants a happy ending? Who are hands up for a happy ending? Who wants a sad ending? I think tragedy has not won the day. I think it's going to be a happy ending. So these guys have got out to Scotland. The world has, they've taken their story to the world. He sees all these lovely tattooed Scots with their dragons and so on. He's like, yay, I found my peeps, and is able to create art. And okay. And you know, the themes of your story with this one with the tattoo artist would be about art and truth and beauty, and yeah, you could write something really fabulous with this. So what do you think of this story? Would you buy it? Yeah, I reckon you could do something really fab with this. So you've cracked that out in like 20 minutes. It takes me longer. So these are all my books. I've written a few. Angel's Fury was my very first one. That's Fallen Angels, Reincarnation, Weight of Souls, Egyptian Gods, Murder Mystery. Wave Function, Windrunner's Daughter, Phoenix Rising and Phoenix Burning are my post-apocalyptic dystopian type ones. So Wave Function is actually super fun to write because I wrote it about a young man who discovers that he can jump between worlds. It's based on Homer's Odyssey. And the further he jumps, the further away from home he gets, the more lost he gets. But that means that every world he jumps into, I've got to create a new dystopia. So I went from what if there was no World War II, to things like what if the seas have risen and the whole world is underwater, you know. And each world he goes into is a new and exciting post-apocalyptic dystopia. Windrunner's Daughter is set on Mars, and she has to kind of face the patriarchy, and it's a full-on science fiction with a feminist theme. Let me see. So Phoenix Rising and Phoenix Burning, we've talked a little bit about. Cruel Castle and Savage Island are my teen horrors. Savage Island is the world's first geocaching horror story. Super fun. Cruel Castle is Lethal Escape Room. Girl on the Platform is an adult thriller. Little Rumours is my brand new adult thriller. Raising Hell, witches, ghosts, zombies, talking cats, and hellhounds. Set in London, urban fantasy. Massive fun to write. Pat the Dog and Kill the Parents is a how to write book. So everything I know about writing, pretty much, I threw in there so that you guys can learn from it. And Phoenix Rising and Phoenix Burning. So I will just finish off with a super quick reading, or would you like to ask me some questions? Of course you can.
So obviously we've established that it's, even though they're really dark, the stories are fun to read. Do you find them particularly fun to write as well? And is there an aspect of them that is actually fun? Because obviously we've described a lot of gritty, gruesome stuff. But is that also fun to write?
Yeah, I think so. I actually tried to write something kind of fluffy and nice at one point, and I had the worst writer's block of my life. And then as soon as I started torturing the character again, it was like flowing back. So I think naturally I do quite like to write dark. But, you know, I like the feeling that I'm using my literature to make people think. And I also like my characters to face bad things, because then you can create these fantastic character arcs. You know, you really test your character, see who they are on the other side. So yeah, dystopias are really fun to write as well as to read. Okay, super quick reading then from chapter 1 of Phoenix Rising. Waves crested and shattered over the broken plain. The Phoenix was carving her way towards it, but her current course would churn the drowning aircraft into her wake, along with the rusting engines, plyboard cupboards, and thousands of cans that festooned the waves of the poisonous sea. Toby clung to the crow's nest and leaned out as far as he could, watching Polly as she swooped towards the plane. The surf covered it before she could get there, and Toby held his breath. Would the current suck their prize out of reach? Then the plane's wing peeked through the masses of junk once more, and Polly wheeled back towards Toby. Too excited to wait for her return, he was shouting before the parrot could land. She's worth salvaging, right? She is, isn't she? Polly thumped onto his shoulder and knocked Toby off balance. He scrabbled with his feet for a firmer grip on the bolted jigsaw of car bonnets that made up the crow's nest, and grabbed the railing, unwilling to take his eyes from the plane for more than a second. It was still in sight, surrounded now by a flotilla of shopping carts. I was right, wasn't I? It looks good, Polly ruffled her feathers, but I wouldn't bet your life on it. If I call it wrong, the crew will eat me alive. Remember how angry they were with Arnav last time? Toby wrapped his fingers around his binoculars. But there could be fuel in there and cargo. There might even be building materials, clothes, D-tabs, tinned foods. Or she might have been flying on fumes and carrying suitcases. The parrot's wings jerked up and down in her approximation of a shrug. Toby stared hard at the wreckage, as if he could force an answer. In the cockpit, the pilot still gripped the throttle, trying to accelerate from beyond the grave. What brought her down? Polly shuffled. Hard to tell. She might have run out of fuel then. Toby drummed his fingers on the rail. Might have, Polly echoed. Then she squawked, suddenly agreeable. More likely she's a casualty of the wars. She cocked her head, her plumage tickling Toby's chin. There's damage consistent with small tactical munitions. She's been in the water a long time. Anything could have done that. No guarantees at sea, Toby, but the pattern of damage suggests a drone strike. It'll be good salvage if the hookman can secure it. So this is pirates, post-apocalyptic pirates, if you hadn't got that, sailing the junk-filled seas, trying to survive and keep going in this post-apocalyptic world. So, any more questions before I hand over to, I think it's Matt's turn next. Yes, Peter.
Obviously, writing dystopias, like you said, you're trying to make a warning for the future. Do you ever think or maybe have expectations about how your warning for the future will be used in the future, how people will look back on what you wrote at the time?
Honestly, when I first started writing, I had this feeling of, oh, my books are going to be read for generations and this is great. But I've learned that publishing is not really like that. And there are very few books that are going to be around for generations and still read in schools and so on. So no, I don't really think about what the people in the future are going to think about my words, because I don't really believe that they'll be reading them. I'd like to think they would be. You know, I'd love to believe that I'm the next Margaret Atwood, but I'm probably not. I'm probably the next... I don't know. I can't think of an author that's been forgotten because they've been forgotten. I would love to believe that I am, but I don't know. I'd like to think that someone in the future would read my books and think they did try. You know, they knew what was going wrong, and some people were trying. Yeah, if it gets fixed, it'd be nice to be thought of as part of the solution rather than part of the problem. Okay. Well, thanks so much for coming, and thank you for listening. And I guess I will pass you over to the next talk. I can work out how I can just end this thing. There we go. Oh, I didn't realise that all these comments were turning up.
It's the
Yeah, the problem is they were a little bit behind, because I was going to read them out, but you've gone by the time. That was lovely.
Great. Thank you very much.
Oh, good stuff.
I mean, I've saved my
There we go. Is that all fine? Okay, cool. Cool. We're beginning this talk soon.
Is there any way I can see what's coming next, or is there a speaker view? Or
Yeah, we can. Because the issue is it's copying the screen.
Yeah.
I mean, you could probably just monitor it on your computer.
Okay.
Sorry.
Fair enough.
No,
It's not extended.
it's just copying the.
It's just copying.
You might have to, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's fine. I don't know. Okay. Is there? You sure that this? It'd be good to know how actually to do this thing.
Yeah, it would be good.
Don't know, but not to worry. Not to worry. I mean, I might just do it actually on, not on speaker, not predicted. I mean, that's just as good, surely.
Yeah.
And I can just see.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. So, how do I use the microphone? Do I press a button or?
To introduce me.
So, so next we have Imperial's own Matt Wraith of Horizons fame. Oh, sorry.
I think you got to shout a little bit.
So next we have Imperial's own Matt Wraith of Horizons fame to talk about the religious connotations of apocalypse in sci-fi and the origins.
If everyone could quieten down and come in or go out, please.
I'm gonna be an authoritarian teacher kind of thing.
Is it all good?
Okay, I think we're
Okay.
starting up now. So,
Take it away.
oh, thank you. Thanks very much indeed. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me here. It's great to be here. I've had various little small slight encounters with the Sci-Fi Society here at Imperial, but not as much as we should have done, really. And so it's great to come here and make that connection, because I teach science, amongst other things, I teach science fiction here at Imperial. I also teach politics and various other subjects. And it's great to be here talking about apocalypse, which is a fascinating and very relevant and urgent topic. I think perhaps when the topic was chosen, it was unknown that it was going to be quite as topical as it is, really, because we are, at one of those, once again, at one of those moments where things are looking, this thing we call civilization is looking slightly dicey. It's looking precarious. There was lots of people talking at the end of the Cold War about how, we were now living in a world of peace and safety, which was always seemed very naive to a certain segment of people. But really what I want to kind of say is, however urgent and topical apocalypse seems at the moment, when has there ever been an era in the 20th century, or really at any time, where they haven't had their own version of the apocalypse happening? It seems to be, apocalyptic thinking seems to be a kind of a template, an ever-ready archetype, if you like, which we fill with new historical materials, and every generation has its own apocalyptic story to tell. I mean, obviously the most famous for a lot of the 20th century, the fact that there were these two great world powers building up nuclear arsenals. Sorry?
I just need to share the screen again.
Oh, just show the camera.
Yeah. Sorry.
Great, is that? Yes, for a lot of the 20th century, the fact that there were these two great world powers building up nuclear arsenals, brought a sense of impending doom to a lot of people. And certain people made a case that, the countercultural movements of the 1960s were really born out of that feeling of doom. What seemed to be the hedonism and self-indulgence of the 1960s counterculture was really just a recognition of the potential impermanence of life. Jeff Nuttall wrote a book called Bomb Culture, one of many books written around the time where boomers talk about what kind of generation they are. And but he made the case that the fact of potential imminent destruction was really the defining feature of that particular era. But that was so that was one particularly conspicuous modernization of the apocalyptic narrative, if you like. But there's lots of them. There's always been these things. And I mean, I grew up when I was your age, was in the 1990s, and which has sometimes been called the holiday from history. There was no real. I mean, the Cold War had ended. We had a lack of apocalyptic feeling. But what did we do? We came up with weird things like the Millennium Bug. Has anyone heard of this is now a strange piece of 1990s memorabilia, but it's almost as if you need a kind of sense of threat in order to make life meaningful. Although, I mean, I read a letter someone had written an article in The Guardian ridiculing the idea of the Millennium Bug. It's just basically the idea that once the millennium had turned, then we would have to start adding new digits onto our dating system, and that was going to confuse the systems, our computer systems, and it was going to lead to all the computers that we were relying on in our day-to-day working lives were going to suddenly break down, and civilization was going to collapse, and we were all going to go back to whittling sticks in the forests. Which was someone did write into The Guardian saying, no, actually, I was a computer systems engineer, and it was quite a serious problem, and the reason is just because of the work of people like me that it didn't cause societal collapse. So anyway, maybe it was, but it's now become a piece of ridicule, and certain people were stocking up on food. My mum had a Millennium cupboard, and we finished eating my mum's Millennium baked beans in about 2005. But if we ever do live to a point where the what hits the fan, people like my mom are going to become strangely powerful. A lot of what you're all coming here to a place like Imperial, learning knowledge that's going to sort of do you well in the 21st century. You're learning 21st century skills. Well, does anyone know how to make a snare that could catch a wild animal? Do you? Nice one, cool. Right, what's your name? Sorry. Right, you're gonna be the tribal leader when civilization breaks down. We're all gonna gather around Rosemary. Does anyone know how to build a dry stone wall? It's not as nice one. Okay, cool. We've started this. I mean, I've actually got a book worth of the knowledge. This is a book by, the apple doesn't fall far from it. I learned something from my mum. So basically, I treat it as a kind of a black swan investment. learn just in case of World War III. It's good to know this kind of thing. This is not science fiction. This is what the author presumes to be science fact. It's just the knowledge that you will need after World War III happens. It's all, making use of heat and cold, food and clothing, agriculture. It's just teaching modern men about old skills. But as I say, it's not people like Lewis Dartnell. It's not just that they are reluctantly preparing themselves. There's something in all of us. I don't want to say all of us, but there's a cultural strand, an ongoing cultural strand that yearns for a time when we don't have to think about these horrible machines, and we can go back and plow the fields and go back to real sensuous engagement with reality. It's apocalyptic. It's strange because science fiction as a whole is obviously obsessed with technology. It's obsessed with novelty. It's sponsored mostly by minds who are engaged in a new, bright, shining future. But post-apocalyptic fiction has often been engaged with by the other, by that sort of, I don't want to say conservative, because it's not conserving anything, but people more focused on the past than on the future. People who are getting back to a sense of an older social and political order. And actually, even within the supposedly progressive strains of science fiction, there was always a little bit of something, a little bit less progressive. There was always, someone I spend a lot of my time thinking about and reading and writing about is sometimes called the father of science fiction, H.G. Wells, who's also Imperial College's most famous son, who was a man of the left, and he'd like to think of himself as a progressive, though what he took to be progress was often what we would associate more with fascism. He believed in eugenics. He believed in sharpening up the human stock, getting rid of unwanted, going through the slums and sterilizing people to make sure that that was the kind of future. That was a science fiction future. It was the application of sound genetic knowledge to improving the human condition by getting rid of certain unwanted strains within the human race. And he was still, he lived just past the point where these ideas started becoming seriously, they became associated with the Nazis and the like. And he was trying to sort of disassociate himself from those kind of ideas, but he did put in these kind of positions, died the death of 1,000 qualifications. He was quite prepared to admit that we didn't have the kind of genetic knowledge that would be able to do this. And that we weren't ever sure what we were selecting for, and that it was probably unwise. He would say that kind of thing. But his last work on the subject was a kind of half-hearted defense of his eugenic theories. But still, there are ways in which certain apocalyptic narratives and ways in which sci-fi more generally belong properly to fascism than it does to progressive ideas. And I think not enough attention is paid. It's kind of the embarrassing secret behind a lot of sci-fi, but not enough attention is paid to kind of the fascist strains. But perhaps fascism is the wrong word. It's not necessarily about, it's not genocidal necessarily, but it's palingenetic, this word. I don't know if anyone has heard this. It's a Greek word, which is sometimes seen as the definitive feature of fascism, that it's a palingenetic means about rebirth. Palin means again, genetic, Genesis means birth. Palingenesis is a rebirth, and fascism, what makes fascism different from, common or garden authoritarian right-wing dictatorships is that it was committed not just to, it wasn't just putting some strong man in power, it was actually trying to bring back an old historical or really mythical social and political order. The whole idea of the Third Reich was modeled on the Second Reich, or originally the First Reich, which was the Holy Roman Empire, etc., etc. So, when I talk about, I will say palingenetic rather than fascist, because I'm not really using it to disparage anything. In some ways, these sci-fi works that use science fiction and use a post-apocalyptic setting to explore not the future, but the past. These are some of the works that I find most interesting. So yes, I've skipped ahead a little bit. But it is just a fact that every generation has its own. We were hearing from Bryony there. We were hearing from everyone about all of the different possibilities for what could make our future apocalyptic or dystopian. And every generation seems to have one dominant version of this. And in some ways, this is just actually part of a kind of generational narcissism. Every generation believes that it is the ultimate one. I suppose it's a bit like that. It's the temporal equivalent of that geographical idea that is the perennial, that egocentric bias that is kind of a default in our reasoning, that we are at the center of the universe and we're the reason for which it exists. There's a sort of temporal, historical equivalence to that, which believes that this is the ultimate generation and this is what everything has been leading up to, and this is the moment where finally revelation will happen. It's a kind of a historical narcissism, if you like, but it's something very real. And it's always good to have in mind the possibility that civilization, everything that we depend on, is fragile and it might end at any moment. It is perhaps just a default in our reasoning. It's very interesting that there's a great book written about apocalypticism, just about narratives, all kinds of narratives, but grand historical narratives and just stories, the kind of stories that we tell each other. So by Frank Kermode, who wrote a book called The Sense of an Ending. And he said, we just endlessly he says the way that we humanize time, the way that we sort of experience time, and we have to turn it endlessly into a beginning and an ending. This is what music is all about. Music, any kind of passage of music will always be opening up expectations and opening up questions and answering those questions. And he says that, you can experience the way that we talk about the ticking of a clock. What sound does a clock make? We always say a clock goes tick-tock. Well, we know actually that clocks don't go tick-tock. They go tick, 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 tick. There's an absolute homogeneity in the sound that most clocks make. But whilst we're listening to it, we endlessly have to just interpret one of these ticks as a beginning and one of these ticks as an ending. And so we turn it into a tick and a tock, a genesis and an apocalypse, if you like. He said that just that simple way of turning time into beginnings and endings, he said that's the beginnings of the narrative impulse, the part of our psychology that makes us want to tell stories. And a story always has to have a beginning and an ending. And that's, he believes, true of the grand historical stories that we tell ourselves, the big narratives about, like the Bible, which talks about the creation of the earth. It begins at the beginning and it ends at the end. And this word apocalypse that I was told we were talking about comes from the Greek. It really means, does anyone know what apocalypse actually means originally? It really means, well, in English we call the last book of the Bible Revelation, yes. And that's what apocalypse means, I think. It means unveiling. Calypse means a veil. Apocalypse, you know, a calypso is a veil's dance. And apocalypse means something where something is revealed, which is strange because it's the last book of the Bible where things start getting seriously weird. Has anyone read the last book? Were you all paying attention at Sunday school? Yeah, it's a strange book written by John of Patmos, who we don't know anything about other than the fact that he was exiled from Rome. He was, you know, under the persecution of Christians. He ended up on Patmos, this Greek island, and there living alone in his, you know, solitary sojourn with the heavens and with the divine. He started having visions of what the end of the world would be like. And these visions, I don't know if they ever made any sense to anyone back then. They don't make any sense to us then. We mostly know, I mean, these were visions rather than stories. It wasn't a set of events. It was a set of icons, symbols, if you like. And that's certainly what they've become. We all know the one thing that most people know about apocalypse, or the Revelation chapter of the Bible, is, you know, almost the stereotypes, the archetypes that it comes up with. The four horsemen of the apocalypse, the whore of Babylon, the one voice crying in the wilderness, the seven candles, or, you know, everything is numbered. And these weren't, you know, these were sort of symbols waiting to find something to symbolize. Strangely enough, what you have to get, the thing I think you have to understand in order to really make sense, any kind of sense of the Bible, is that they thought of symbolism and, you know, reality, perceivable reality in a different order, if you like. It wasn't that a symbol represented something that you can see and experience. It was really the things that we experience and see all around us are representations of an original archetype or an original symbol. And so that was what they were. That's what the revelation was. It was a stripping away of just daily experience, the things that you can see all around us, to reveal a sort of core, a kernel, a symbol behind it. And all of the seven candles and the whore of Babylon, that's what these were. They were sort of archetypes. And different people have returned, interestingly, to the last book of the Bible in the 20th century, because the 20th century, as we know, gave lots of people lots of reasons to think about that particular book of the Bible. And it's, I mean, the last book of the Bible has always been very, very, it's a certain type of mind, you know, people of not entirely cloudless mental health have always gravitated toward the last book of the Bible. It seems to provide a way of thinking about the world for people suffering from, well, as I suppose I would imagine John of Patmos was, people suffering from cognitive breakdown in some way. Although those kind of long-scale historical diagnoses aren't very, aren't very scientific at all. But I mean, it's highly likely that the original John of Patmos, you know, did genuinely experience these visions. They were what we would call schizophrenic delusions. But to him, they were actually proclamations of the future. But in the 20th century, different people, the different events, the two world wars, and then this ever-growing arsenal of weaponry in the wake of the Second World War. It made people return to the Bible, and made people return to that book of the Bible especially. And that was, people took from it and gave to it their own personal and ideological inclinations, if you like. D.H. Lawrence, I don't know if anyone has heard of D.H. Lawrence. He's a sort of, he's not a sci-fi writer. He's a novelist, a real novelist, sorry, a straight novelist. No, I mean, this is, you've got to, I've heard Stephen King, the horror writer, talking about how people talk about the genres and then real novels. And this pisses him off slightly, but he always says, you know, when people ask me, are you ever going to do a real novel? He always says, well, what does that actually mean? Is it just write a story about a college professor who has impotence problems? That's what he took a real novel to mean. So yes, but he was a novelist in the early 20th century, but the last book that he ever published was a kind of weird exegesis of the last book of the Bible. It's just called Apocalypse, but very much adapting Apocalypse to his own particular ideological needs. He's a strange figure politically and ideologically. He's in some ways half hippie, half fascist, or in some ways, writing in the first 3 decades of the 20th century, he's kind of like the common ancestor to hippies and fascists. He wanted to get back to nature. He hated modern civilization. He took the world wars to be the sort of the nemesis of a rotten and decadent civilization. And he took the disasters and catastrophes that he saw around him as an opportunity to get back to a sensuous encounter with the real world, away from an over-lettered, over-civilized, overly rational way of thinking that had beset and restricted people. And he wanted, he took, actually, strangely enough, what he liked about the last book of the Bible, what he liked about Apocalypse was not any kind of nothing Christian. He was anti-Christian, not just unchristian. He wasn't just an atheist, but he was very anti-Christian. He hated Christian ethics. He was antinomian, meaning he hated any kind of law. He wanted a world in which you could sort of throw off the kind of shackles, what he called, he'd throw off all the 10 Commandments, all the legalistic codes of organized religion, and just live a life of spontaneity according to one's own will and strength. He hated Christianity, but he felt that democracy was just a modernized version of Christianity. He talked about the democracy of thou shalt not. And what he wanted was a kind of thou shalt. And Apocalypse would free us, he believed, of laws and free us of the kind of restrictions on our behavior and restrictions on our psychology. We could suddenly be free. And, and this has sort of very distasteful political implications, looking at it now. He was sort of part anarchist, but he wasn't in any way egalitarian. He wanted, what would happen is that the top would rise to the top. He was a kind of a Nietzschean, if anyone knows the works of the German philosopher Nietzsche. He believed that the strong, the supermen, could, once we'd thrown off the trammels of Christianity and democracy and egalitarianism, the true supermen, the nobles, the strong could rule the earth, as it were, without being constrained and restricted by the weak. So it's a very unpleasant way of thinking, obviously, but everyone has seen the apocalypse in those kind of terms. Well, not every, sorry, different people see the apocalypse in different ways, but everyone, writers especially, and those who engage and think a lot about the apocalypse, there's always the possibility of seeing it as an opportunity as much as seeing it as a disaster. And so the weird kind of utopias that you get emerging out of disaster fiction, you can start to see that now the slate is wiped clean and we can begin again. And that's true of a lot of science fiction as well. As I say, I write a hell of a lot. I read and think a lot about H.G. Wells, and he wrote some of the first sort of science fiction disaster epics. War of the Worlds, which he published in 1898, was one of the, how am I doing for time? Oops, oh dear. Yeah, that was, War of the Worlds was a kind of, it's interesting actually, when someone asked Bryony about how much she enjoys these these dark kind of fictions, these dark, he had a very kind of almost sadistic pleasure that he took in destroying London. He was living in Woking, cycling into London from Woking whenever he needed to. He came to Imperial College, hated South Kensington. Working class lad, living in the heart of the British Empire and coming here, he sort of felt, well, he got very, very ill when he lived here because he got a small stipend, which obviously wasn't put into a bank account back then. He had to queue up to be given £1 a week, I think it was. And queuing up down Exhibition Road in the winter made him very, very ill. And he thought he was going to die. But he started to hate South Kensington. And he writes, while he's writing War of the Worlds, which is this alien invasion narrative, he writes to one of his friends saying, about how he was cycling through the South London boroughs, sort of imaginatively inflicting disasters on all of London as, oh, I know what's going to happen to that bit, but he was going to reserve South Kensington for feats of peculiar atrocity. That was really, South Kensington was going to get it in the neck. And that was what he went on to do. And South Kensington is where the novel ends, for those of you who know it. But again, there are many characters who have many, many different reactions to these atrocities. But there are those within it, interestingly enough, there are those within it who see apocalypse happening. There's a curate, a figure within the Church of England who he meets along the way, his question about these events and these aliens who have come is, what do they mean? Which is a strange way of thinking about, a life form, an organism. What does it mean? But again, it's that kind of reversal of symbol and reality sometimes for a particular type of mindset, a religious mindset, an apocalyptic mindset. It is reality that represents the symbol. And so when you see something before you, you ask, what does this mean? What does this refer to? The reality there is just a representation of some primal, archetypical reality underneath it. But he also meets the narrator wandering through ravaged London. He also meets an artilleryman, a man who is a strange kind of version of Wells himself, a working class lad who has utopian visions. And is sort of thinking opportunistically about the potential for creating a new type of society out of the rubble of Imperial London that he sees before him. He suggests we form a band, able-bodied, clean-minded men. We're not going to pick up any rubbish that drifts in. Weaklings go out again. Very like T.H. Lawrence's ideas. Women we want also, mothers and teachers, no lackadaisical ladies, no blasted rolling eyes. We can't have any weak or silly. Life is real again, and the useless and cumbersome and mischievous have to die. So he sort of sees, I mean, a world in which people like, it's in some ways it seems quite egalitarian on the surface, you know, because it's people like him rising to the top, but it's he wants a new kind of aristocracy to emerge, you know, an aristocracy of the strong against the weak. That's his idea. And, you know, science fiction has always been reinventing aristocracies of one sort or another. The most famous, obviously, is the Jedi, who are this sort of weird warrior class that rule over the galaxy in George Lucas's Star Wars. But there's been, you know, the encyclopedians in Asimov. I mean, there's a book written by, a short story that I teach by Cory Doctorow called When Sysadmins Rule the World. It's written in 2006 about an era in which, you know, when civilization breaks down, when there's cyber attacks, the people who are going to come to power really are going to be sysadmin, you know, systems administrators, the guys who come along and fix your laptop when your Wi-Fi is not working or something. They're the ones who are going to rise to the top. They're going to, you know, just as the artilleryman is thinking, you know, people like me, rude mechanicals, people who can make something, people who can bust some, you know, sort something, hack something together. Cory Doctorow's story is just really the 21st equivalent of artilleryman's fantasies. But Wells reveals them to be fantasies very much. The artilleryman is not the sort of the voice. He's kind of seen as a slightly ridiculous figure, but I think it's still H.G. Wells ironizing himself. I think he invests some of himself, some of his own ideas in the artilleryman, but also subjects them to some kind of ironic scrutiny. H.G. Wells was, I mean, increasingly towards the end of his life, sort of a prophet. He was a visionary. He increasingly started writing politically rather than fiction. But his fiction is always much better because it's more critical in some ways. He subjects his own utopian fantasies to some critical speculation and irony, irony is the gift that the English novel and the tradition of the English novel gave to these ideas. This whole, you know, don't take any idea on its surface. Don't get carried away with grand schemes. Always see the weakness in people and always see the flaws in ideas. So different people take different opportunities. And so some of them are progressive, but some of them are deeply retrograde, and some of them are sort of strangely, strange combinations of the two. I'd like to sort of just end by talking about a story that a post-apocalyptic novel that I've been trying to sell. I teach sci-fi here, and I've been trying to sell to Imperial students, you know, to make them love it as much as I do, which is a difficult task because it's a difficult novel. But Ridley Walker by Russell Hoban. Does anyone know it? Has anyone read all of it? Good, thank you, sir. It is, I mean, it's one of my favorite books in the whole world. And it is about a post-apocalyptic landscape. It's about England, or inland as it's called, as it's come to be known. It's about a world thousands of years ahead, you know, after an apocalyptic event. And it's a bit like, it's not a world it's got nothing futuristic about it. That's the point about post-apocalypse, is that they resemble the past more than the future. And it's a kind of re-primitivized Britain that is depicted there. It's his way of exploring a kind of an old England. the society has been re-primitivized through nuclear apocalypse. I've called this whole talk "Bombed Back to the Stone Age." Or I should have called it. Does anyone recognize that quote? That's actually a quote from Richard Nixon. This is what he said he was going to do to Cambodia, and sort of basically did, really, during the Vietnam War, which then spilled out over into next door neighbor Cambodia. He bombed it back to the Stone Age, and this is something that apocalypses always do. That this is something that, vast catastrophes can do, is to return us to a kind of a past. That wasn't good news for the Cambodians, but as I say, there's always been a cultural strand that wants that desires that kind of return to a more primitive way of coexisting with nature and returning to old skills, returning to an old political and social order. And in some ways, Ridley Walker is about that kind of world. It's a world which is kind of a bit like the Iron Age, not the Stone Age, the Iron Age, but they're not getting their iron from ore in the ground. They're getting it from our, things like cars, our technologies, our machines, which have been buried in the ground after many, many years. And so they're recovering it in a sort of archaeological way, and they're just digging to find iron. They are finding the remnants of our civilization, which they don't quite understand. But they find a way of understanding it through a kind of folklore and myth. The first thing that you ever learn about the novel is that it's written in a very strange form of English. Although this is what students find difficult about the novel. I always say it's not a strange form of English. It's actually a very familiar form of English. It's a very spoken form of English. It's an oral culture rather than a written form of English. If you just say it out loud, it becomes a lot more easy to comprehend. But it's sort of phonetic transcription. It's, as you would imagine, the English language after several thousand years would have changed. So it's true to life in that sense, and it's a form of English appropriate to a society that had stopped being a civilized writing-based culture and had gone back to the spoken word. And it begins on my naming day. When I come 12, I gone front spear and killed a wild boar. He probably been the last wild pig on the Bundle Downs. And how there hadn't been none for a long time before him, nor I ain't looking to see none again. It weren't no more than 3 days after that my dad got killed in the digging at Widder's Dump, and I were the loan of my name. I mean, there's some sort of real, you can imagine when you're first reading this, it's quite difficult to get your head around, but there's a logic to all. He's sort of recreating ways of speaking and recreating forms of language that all have a logic that we can work out if we just think about them. The loan of my name. His dad has been killed, and he is the loan of his name. He's the single. His father is dead, so he's the only one, alone. Figure with that name, the loan of my name. He's inventing a whole new phraseology, if you like. Russell Hoban is. And with that kind of, so it's old, it's a spoken form of society and a spoken form of English. And as such, it continually breaks out into poetry, it breaks out into verse. And they use songs and chants and incantations in order to, one thing that poetry does very well is to organize their labor in digging up stuff from the ground. They all, chant songs to themselves, to each other, while they're doing the work in order to regulate their labor. And it's a culture in which knowledge is stored in oral tradition. And that's one thing. Obviously, poetry helps an oral tradition because poetry is just language made memorable. When something rhymes or when it conforms to a particular rhythm, we can get it better. We can transcribe it into our own memory banks a little bit better. And so a hell of a lot of our of knowledge there is sort of has been transcribed and translated into an oral tradition. And with that comes a whole kind of folklore. There is a whole mythology, if you like, within this society that the people within it, the characters don't entirely understand in the same way that we don't understand our folklore. But us as readers, while we're reading it, if we just do a little bit of decoding, we can realize that their folklore, their mythology is actually referring to the events, and we're referring to the 20th century and referring to the events that have created the catastrophe that has re-primitivized society. As the more you start to read, the more you realize that, you know, that the apocalypse that has occurred has actually become part of the folklore of a culture, of a tribal culture later. And so he tells the story that is, you know, told in a bardic way from, you know, passed down the generations. It's called the Yusa story. But it's the story of Yusa and the little man, he calls it. It's a slightly odd, cryptic, very much like the way that we now read the book of the Apocalypse. It's a very cryptic way of recording the, you know, it's a cryptic way of recording these events. But if you sort of think about them, you can get something like the idea. He says Yusa is the main character in their mythology. He's sort of based on Saint Eustace. But he's the kind of hero of culture in the old times, which is our present day. But he says, Yusa was angry. He was in a rage. He kept pulling on the little man, the Adam's outstretched arms. The little man, the Adam, he began to come apart. He cried, I want to go, I want to stay. Yusa said, tell more. The Adam said, I want to dark, I want to light. I want to day, I want to night. Yusa said, tell more. The Adam said, I want to woman, I want to man. Yusa said, tell more. The Adam said, I want to plus, I want to minus. I want to big, I want to little, I want to all, I want to nothing. What is the Adam? Oops, sorry. Can anyone think what the Adam might be? What this story is a cryptic rendition of? The Adam. Go ahead. Say again, sorry. Adam, the first man, yes, absolutely. That's a sort of phonic resonance made, and this is an origin story, but the atom, yes. There is a man pulling an atom apart, making inquiries into it, the scientific investigation of matter and the molecules and atoms. He's asking the little man, the atom, questions. So therefore, you know, tell more. He's inquiring into it through the process of, just in the same way that, you know, Rutherford or all of these atomic scientists were asking questions of the atom. And he began pulling it apart, pulling the atom apart. This is what had happened in the 20th century. And the atom began to cry, I want to go, I want to stay. I want to dark, I want to light, I want to day, I want to night. I want to woman, I want to man. I want to plus, I want to minus. There are all of these binary opposites. But that's, you know, the atom is composed of binary opposites. The atom is composed of pluses and minuses that are held together. And when they are pulled apart, that leads to the catastrophe that has brought about these kind of events, that has brought about this kind of society. And so it's a kind of mythologization. It's a kind of enchantment, a kind of cryptic rendition of our own scientific life. And that's where I might leave this story. So thank you very much indeed. Please do try and read it if you can. It is one of my favorite books. Where is it? Sorry. It's one of my favorite books. It's strange that it's never been televised, or there's been lots of calls, but lots of people are saying that it would be impossible. It's too linguistically innovative. It wouldn't work on television. I would like to see someone try one day, but I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much indeed. Can I ask, is anyone else preparing for apocalypse? Does anyone want to read the knowledge? Does anyone want to? Sorry? You're done. You're just gonna give yourself, you're gonna hand yourself over to. Oh, really? Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, you better start learning how to, I don't know, to make a lens. Oh, yeah. Shall I just pack up, or shall I take questions? Or
you can ask the questions when we start the next talk. Is probably
I think it would work better, perhaps, than because it's such a spoken oral form of, and this.
10 people.
Okay.
So, okay, so is all unmuted? Is her mic unmuted?
Yeah,
Okay, great. Hello, okay. So we'll be starting the next talk now by Louise Mumford. I think it's on, is that sleep science? Is that right?
It is on the future of sleep technology and the apocalypse.
Lovely. The future of sleep technology in the apocalypse.
Sleep technology. Yes.
Everyone, please sit down.
I used to be a teacher, so I could use my teacher voice. Yeah. Everybody
Could
can
everyone
take a
sit down? Or please?
I'm not sure I can because of the vel. Oh, does it just stick on there? How's that for? That's not particularly loud, is it? Is the microphone on?
Apparently, can you hear her? 'Cause, yeah, it is flashing.
It is flashing. It
It is
just
flashing
doesn't.
green.
I can project my voice. I am quite used to that.
Try that one instead. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes,
I can just speak very loudly.
I can hear you back there.
I thought if I just projected a little bit, it would be fine. So thank you, everybody, for coming. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. My name is Louise Mumford, and this talk is going to be about the future of sleep technology and also the apocalypse slightly, a little bit. I am a thriller writer, and my first novel was published in 2020, and it was a slightly dystopian thriller, dystopian light. It's called Sleepless, and it was about my own experiences of insomnia, taken to a slightly scary conclusion, basically. So it follows the story of a young woman called Thea, and she has been, she has come to the end of her tether with her insomnia, basically. So signs up, as you would, for a sleep technology trial on a remote, slightly windswept, very British island. And she discovers, even though the sleep technology does actually help her to sleep, it makes it feel fresher and better, she, of course, realizes that this big technology company doesn't just want to help her sleep, it wants to control her sleep. Because if big tech has taught us anything, it's that they do not have our best interests at heart. So I am here to talk a little bit about sleep technology and a little bit about where that could lead us. So I always think the first thing to do is always quite nice, because there are two sets of people in the room, basically. There are the early birds and there are the night owls. The night owls are my feathery friends. So hands up if you are a night owl, if you get up generally a bit later and, you know, from about 5 p.m. onwards, that's when your brain cells kick in. You are my people. I like you. You can put your hands down, but I've noted who you are. Early birds, those people who get up at the crack of dawn, the annoying cheery ones at 7 a.m. Which ones are you? Hands up if there are any early birds in the audience. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not my favorites. You catching your worms and all of that sort of stuff. The night owls never get anything, basically. And that is quite an interesting point, that early birds and people who get up earlier are seen to be more productive in society than night owls. They are supposedly the ones who get more work done. I would argue that actually the two sets of people are doing the same amount of work. They're just doing it at slightly different times. For example, I was meant to, so I'm a night owl. I was I was up quite early this morning to get here because I've come from South Wales, which is a lovely part of the country, but it's quite far away from London. So I came here, I got up fairly early, and I was meant to bring a copy of my book, Sleepless. I bought that copy of my book because my brain wasn't working early enough in the morning. So just imagine that I have a copy of my book that says Sleepless by Louise Mumford. So let's start off with what happens when we sleep. If I just go through that a little bit, and then it'll give you a little bit of a basis then to work your knowledge on when we talk about dystopia, we talk about the apocalypse that could happen due to sleep technology. So what happens when we sleep? Well, if we are lucky, we go to bed and you go to sleep within about 20 minutes or so. I have never mastered that magic trick. My husband manages to go to sleep very quickly. I don't. I'm awake for quite a few hours, just, churning over the day's events as you do, normal, same thing to do at midnight. So you go to bed, you go to sleep. Your body then, after about a short amount of time, will lock you down invariably. That means that it will put you into a sleep paralysis. This is to stop you from acting out your dreams or acting out your nightmares. And there is one particular interesting, well, not interesting for the people who suffer from it, but there is something called sleep paralysis when you wake up during this part of your sleep, which is absolutely terrifying for the people who suffer from it. And they often describe it feeling like somebody is sat on their chest. And it is totally, totally frightening. But you're not meant to wake up at that part. That's it's your body saying, no, sorry, you can't move around. Again, sleepwalking is another way of the human body getting around that bit as well. And then what your body does is you cycle through stages of sleep. So you have your REM sleep, your rapid eye movement sleep, and that's your dreaming state, which is very important, but no more or less important than the deeper stages of sleep that you go into. And you cycle through about 4 or 5 of these during the night. So if your normal sleep pattern is disrupted, and I wouldn't say that you have to have 8 hours or whatever, 6 hours or whatever is normal for you to feel refreshed in the morning. If for some reason that's curtailed, saying you've got to get up a bit earlier, like I did this morning, then you are missing, say, an hour or so of sleep. But because you do slightly more of your dreaming sleep, your REM sleep later in the night, you are missing up to 60 to 90% of your REM sleep. So again, if you go to bed later in your sleep pattern, you would then be missing out more of your deep sleep. Now everyone goes, well, what happens when you sleep? Scientists still don't know really what the body is doing when it is sleeping. It can scan, it's got brain waves, you've looked at certain things within the brain, that's what it's doing. Weirdly, in REM sleep, the brain is awake. It looks, to all intents and purposes, awake when you are dreaming, though your body is quite clearly asleep. But because the brain and the sleeping state is one of the last kind of bastions of the body that has not yet been commercialized, of course science and of course big tech and of course businesses are very, very interested in what we do when we sleep and how they can make money from it in particular. So there is no way around it. We need sleep. There is a value to sleep. We may not know exactly what that is. Scientists are still trying to work it out, but we know we need sleep. We have, however, as humans, gone through our entire span of human history not understanding why we need it and often not valuing sleep either, which is quite a big problem. You have powerful leaders like Margaret Thatcher in the 80s. You've got Ronald Reagan again in the 80s. You've got Donald Trump, who all say they only ever needed a couple of hours of sleep, about four is enough to do it. Now, I wouldn't like to say there's something that links those three together, but I would perhaps suggest that not getting the right amount of sleep for your body would suggest you're maybe a little bit more impulsive, you have fewer empathy skills, all of those sorts of things that sleep will help you to create. So right now, I think at this point, we live in a society that is uniquely designed to keep us awake. Netflix, gaming, books, if you want to go old school, we are in a university, so let's say books and reading as well. All of those things are designed to keep us awake. Yet there is a booming business in sleep technology and gadgets to help us fall asleep. It's brilliant. It's a snake eating its own tail. You've got all of these gadgets to help us go to sleep, and then all of these gadgets that are keeping us awake, and they both battle with each other. For example, a lot of people use meditation aids, but they're on your phone, and you're not recommended to use your phone before you go to sleep. It is a crazy, crazy business that is aimed at making money out of our sleep. So let's just go over what sleep does for us, just so it's clear. Within the brain, sleep enriches many functions. So it helps actually for us to be emotionally balanced. I often notice if I haven't had a really good night's sleep, you often tend to be less able to deal with situations. My brain just kind of switches off a little bit, and I'm not so good to cope emotionally. But it's not just that, it's also our emotional brain circuits. They help us to deal with the next day's social and psychological challenges with a cooler head. It boosts our immune system, which is really important in these plague times. It helps to fight off infection, and it regulates our appetite. I often notice, again, if I'm really tired, you'll go for the sugary option or the high carb option instead of your brain thinking through or wanting to have the healthier choice. It also helps. Sleep helps to maintain a flourishing microbiome in our gut as well. And actually, gut health is becoming increasingly important. A lot of scientists are discovering now that a lot of our general health starts off in our stomachs, and it helps keep our heart healthy and lowers our blood pressure. Sleep is essentially a magic pill. It is the magic pill that humans have been searching for to have a long, healthy life. Except it's not a magic pill, it's 6 to 8 hours, and humans don't want to put that amount of time or effort into anything. They've got other more exciting things to do. I remember as being a child, I didn't really understand why people would want to go to sleep. The world was interesting. There were My Little Ponies, and there was Murder, She Wrote, and all sorts of stuff that you could do and watch. Why did people for 8 hours want me to go to sleep? It made absolutely no sense at all. But you do need to if you want to stay healthy. So a really good novel, if you're looking at what goes wrong when people don't get enough sleep, a brilliant novel to look at is a book called Nod by Adrian Barnes. I believe the author has since died. I think this is his only book. And it is an absolutely terrifying look at a world where people have lost the ability to sleep. So if I just read you a little bit about it, it says that dawn breaks and no one in the world has slept the night before, or almost no one. A few people, perhaps 1 in 10,000, can still sleep, and they've all shared the same mysterious dream. A handful of silent children can still sleep as well, but what they're dreaming remains a mystery. Global panic ensues. A medical fact: after 6 days of absolute sleep deprivation, psychosis sets in. After 4 weeks of absolute sleep deprivation, not just feeling a bit tired, the body dies. In the interim, a bizarre new world arises and swallows the old one whole. Now, if I'm to sum up that novel, it's basically a sleep-deprived Lord of the Flies. It turns into, obviously, as you can imagine, absolute carnage. But it's really, really interesting. Don't read it if you are, struggling with your sleep at that point, because it really does kind of dig into how an insomniac actually feels and what it's like to constantly be awake and to watch the world crumble around you. We have a very, very thin veneer of civilization. We've seen this a little bit with the COVID-19 panic. It's a very thin veneer of civilization, and sleep helps us to keep on top of being human, basically. Otherwise, our baser instincts start to show if we do not get enough of it. So, sleep is big business. What kind of stuff is already available to help us sleep? Well, there are mattresses that help us maintain our ideal temperature. You can even get sleep tracking pads that go underneath them to track your sleep. You, of course, got your Fitbit. I'm not wearing my Fitbit today because I forgot to put it on because I was tired. So you've got your Fitbit, which is tracking. Again, you can wear it when you go to sleep. My husband loves to tell me his sleep stats when he gets up in the morning, how much deep sleep he's got that night, how much REM sleep he's got. It's very interesting. Absolutely, we're an incredibly interesting couple in the morning. You have wake-up alarms that help you to wake up naturally by using light to simulate a sunrise, which is a lovely idea, and they do work to some extent. I think very soon they're going to be linked to your watch so that it will wake you up during the optimum time in your sleep cycle. That only works if you don't have to wake up at 6:30 and be on a train somewhere. But if you've got the luxury of kind of getting up roughly whenever you want, it will wake you up in the optimum time so you feel refreshed. It doesn't just drag you out of deep sleep. You've got glow lights, you've got meditation aids, you've got pillows, you've got all sorts of stuff that are there to help you sleep. Now, I want to just stop at this point because this is where the talk kind of switches a little bit and turns more to the dystopian side. And the example that I'm going to use is a bird. There is a very, well, it's not famous outside sleep circles, I guess, but there's a very well-known bird to sleep scientists. And it's a bird that I describe in my novel, Sleepless. So I'm going to read the bit from Sleepless because basically I've written it better than I would be able to explain it to you right now. So this is a little scene from it's a lecture, actually. It's Thea has gone to the sleep school. She is now having lectures and she's being taught about sleep hygiene and all of those things. And this is what the lecturer tells us about this one bird. The white-crowned sparrow, when it is migrating and has to be in flight constantly, can go pretty much completely without sleep. Nifty little trick, right? But get this, the bird does this with nearly no side effects. Weirdly, for a lecturer specialising in sleep, it didn't look as if he got much. He was twitchy and hollow-eyed. He stopped here to let his words sink in, smoothing back his threadbare hair. Thea had been attending these sleep school lectures for a few days that had begun to smoothly ease the clients into phase 1 of the programme. Sometimes she realised during those lectures that she was so busy looking thoughtful and attentive that she forgot to listen to what the lecturer was actually saying. I'm sure none of you do this. She quickly corrected that now and tuned back into him. Imagine you are that bird. The lecturer continued. Thea wrote down notes. There might be some sort of test on all of this, and she didn't like to fail at things. Failing at sleep was enough. Every spring and autumn, tens of thousands of white-crowned sparrows migrate the 4,000 kilometers between Alaska and Southern California. They fly day and night with little chance of rest. Imagine it, you're flapping away constantly on the move to your winter home, and you can't fall asleep because you plummet from the sky and die. You've also got to keep out an eye for predators and keep yourself fed. Solution? Stay awake, of course. Scientists are currently trying to understand what is going on in the bird's brain at that time, especially, and this is the key part, especially as these birds sleep 2/3 less than normal, yet in certain tests conducted performed no worse than other sparrows on tasks of learning and memory. There's no effect, really. I'd like to pause there because I do think that some scientists have an amazing job. They get to test sparrows' memories. It's just part of their job. How do you test a sparrow's memory? I'd like to know how they tested those sparrows' memories. The lecturer paused for a moment. The man a seat away from Thea was drawing a bird in his notebook. It had angry, bloodshot eyes and a coffee cup held between two wings. The speech bubble coming from it said, "Caffeine, I need more caffeine." Imagine it, the lecturer continued. Imagine not having to waste all that time asleep and for it to have absolutely no effect on your physical and mental well-being. Well, Morpheus is already imagining that. Morpheus is the name for the sleep tech. Unfortunately, we are not little white-crowned sparrows. Well, not yet anyway. Cue some polite laughter. Thank you. There are some people who can actually survive on only a few hours sleep, say 2 or 3, and who don't seem to have any ill effects. The sleepless elite, we jokingly call them. Let these people not be mistaken for some celebrities who insist they do fine on such shortened sleep, but their erratic, ill-judged behavior would suggest otherwise. Name no names, eh? More laughter, the lecturer brightened up. But hey, I'm jumping ahead of myself a bit here, aren't I? Let's get back to the here and now. As a society, we are now realizing that sleep, once dismissed as a weakness almost, could actually hold the key for mankind's next evolutionary leap. And that is the point that I'm going to hang the rest of my talk over, is that this idea of the next evolutionary leap. And one of those leaps using sleep is the idea, and I'm sorry to have to make us think of war, especially at this time right now with what is going on in the world, but it is the idea of a sleepless soldier, a sleepless army. You have to imagine, you have to understand that if this kind of technology, which is starting to be developed, is going to be used, it's going to be used in the Ministry of Defence first, because that's how everything happens. NASA, Ministry of Defence, us. That's how it works, basically. And if you think of having a sleepless army or a nearly sleepless army, that is an absolutely terrifying idea. So how do they do that? Well, there is already something called a go pill, which is slightly different to nootropics. I'll get to nootropics in a minute, which staves off the debilitating effects of sleep-related fatigue for a limited duration. But there is also something else called transcranial brain stimulation. Now that sounds very Frankenstein, and it is a little bit Frankenstein because it involves electrodes being put on your head, but it's not in any way hurtful to the person involved. So if the tests are to be believed, it kind of jolts you into a trance-like state for a couple of minutes, and that couple of minutes is worth an hours-long siesta. So basically, you would get your soldier, you would zap them, that sounds terrible, doesn't it? Zap them, and then they would be refreshed in only a couple of minutes and could continue without making mistakes, without being sleep deprived. Think also of how that could be used in the NHS, for example, with doctors. We already know that emergency doctors in particular, and GPs, work incredibly long hours. What if they could use that kind of technology? And that level of human error then, of course, falls. Now, that's not apocalyptic. That's actually brilliant, but think of the effects of that technology. So all of this is moving us towards an upgraded version of the human body. It's called transhumanism. It's this idea that from this point onwards now, the tech is important, outside tech is important, but it's the tech that goes on to upgrade our bodies that scientists and big business are interested in the most. When Amazon boss Jeff Bezos gets involved in something, it pays to pay attention. He is really involved in anti-aging at the moment. Now, I don't mean creams and face masks. I don't mean L'Oreal and you're worth it. It's not that sort of stuff. But he is really, really involved in technology and science to give what he's aiming for. I think he's aiming to give human beings, rich ones, obviously, to give rich human beings, when he's not, obviously, this is when he's not popping into space, to give rich human beings at least 50 years more viable, healthy times. That's not sat in a chair in a retirement home watching Flog It and eating MASH. It is actual, healthy, viable time, another 50 years. That's what he is pouring a huge amount of money into. Google, I'm not sure if they've still got it, but they did have a life extension program, I think it was called, and that was looking into all anti-aging things as well. So anti-aging is something that's going to be massive. The idea of upgrading your body, and sleep is going to be a massive part of this as well. In particular, because of the memory benefits of manipulating and massaging your sleep. So, the saying, sleep on it. If you've got a decision, sleep on it, and you'll get the answer the next morning. If you have something that you need to work out. For me, if it's some plot point that I can't work out in my story, sleep on it and it comes to. That's not a coincidence. That is your brain in its dreaming state, in its deep sleep state, working out that problem for you. And what scientists are looking at now is whether they can actually manage that themselves, whether they can artificially kind of spike that memory process. So one bit of research is done. It's a book by Matthew Walker, and it's called Why We Sleep. It's a non-fiction book, and it's a really, really good book. If you're interested in sleep and sleep technology, definitely read that one. He talks about, this is 2006, so it's quite a while ago. It's a research team in Germany who recruited a group of healthy people for a study using those electrode pads again. It's that transcranial brain stimulation. During the deeper stages of sleep, they gave the participants electrical pulsations so small that they didn't feel them, but they had an impact on their sleep. So before they went to sleep, they learned a set of new facts. Then, during the sleep, they boosted the quality of the deep sleep in particular. So they had to identify the deep sleep parts, boost them while they were asleep. They woke up the next morning, they could remember 50% more of those facts than the people who had just had a normal night's sleep. Now, obviously, that is a really clunky way of doing things. You can't have, I hope you can't have, I hope this never happens, in your bedroom, a group of scientists studying you while you sleep, finding your deep sleep optimum time and then zapping you. That's never going to happen. But technology is working. Think about your Fitbit, for example. That will tell whatever piece of technology attached to it when your deep sleep is. And that Fitbit technology and smartwatch, whatever it is that you're wearing, is becoming more and more sophisticated year on year. So that would be able to tell you when your deep sleep is, and then something that could help boost your memory could kick in. It reminds me a little bit of, now you're all too, I'm sure some of you are too young for this, some of you might remember, Paul McKenna in the 90s. He was a hypnotist, and he sold CDs which were to help you lose weight and give up smoking. And the idea was you played the CD while you were asleep. And then in the morning, you wouldn't want to have that piece of cake. You would say no to that cigarette. They didn't work, obviously, apart from to possibly make Paul McKenna very rich. But it is that idea with now the technology behind it. And again, that is quite an exciting way to think about the future. But, very aware of the time, but you've also got diseases like Alzheimer's. Now, if we're thinking of an apocalypse and dystopian futures, we're already there in terms of an aging population in the Western world with increased levels of Alzheimer's and dementia. And there is, though scientists are still a little bit unsure, there is definitely some sort of link between sleep and Alzheimer's. Sleep has this kind of cleaning process. It cleans up the brain's neurological connections. And when it can't do that, those kind of, that toxic waste almost in your brain builds up, causing Alzheimer's. So they say over your lifespan, if you have very, very poor sleep, you are more likely to have those diseases when you are older. But again, if sleep can be massaged and improved in some way, can those diseases, can Alzheimer's and dementia, can they be mitigated in some way? It's a really exciting stage of research for people. But we're talking about the apocalypse. So let's go kind of full-blown apocalypse with this then. The last part of the body to be commercialized is going to be the brain, is going to be the sleeping process. So we've already got nootropics, and nootropics are a group of chemical substances which are known as kind of smart drugs to boost brain performances. The idea that when you're taking an exam, you'll pop some nootropics, it'll help you keep focused while you're revising, and then because you spent all night revising, you'll pop some more to do the morning's exam, and then hopefully at some point you'll get some sleep and you'll crash. But the nootropics will help you in the meantime. But big tech and big business will, of course, go beyond this, definitely. Our bodies are data. So everything that your smartwatch is analyzing is going into a huge bank of data that big business is looking at to see how they can advertise to you, what they can sell to you, what they can focus on you as a consumer. We've already seen how misinformation spreads so quickly. It's the example of the Brexit campaign and Cambridge Analytica and how social media was used to actually sway the course of an election. Now imagine if that could be somehow put into your subconscious through your dreaming. If advertisers and big tech and big business had access to your brain in that way, that would be the kind of zenith then of your apocalyptic nightmare. It is really where your dreams become. The misinformation becomes your nightmare and influences your behavior. We're not too far removed. We've got all the different bits of technology there, but we're not really quite sure how they all link up. Once they do start to link up, you can bet that big business will be very interested in seeing how they can claim a little stake of your brain. If you dream it, you can become it. That is the Instagram post that I see quite a lot. It's usually on a lovely backdrop of a sunset or a dolphin or a puppy. I'm not sure about the puppy. You don't want to be a puppy, but whatever it is. So if you dream it, you can become it. Twist that into your nightmares. If you think about that, if you dream it, you can become it. That becomes a very terrifying prospect. But let's not end on that terrifying prospect. Let's just think about a society where perhaps, say 20 years or so, we have managed to work out a schedule where people can work according to their circadian rhythms, maybe. So we've got a lot more working from home already, where people can actually work around their sleeping patterns, where perhaps we can have a school day that doesn't start so eye-wateringly early when teenage brains are not, we know teenage brains aren't awake at that point anyway, that they need a longer sleep cycle. We could maybe switch education to work around that a little bit as well, where we have a healthier sleep routine that helps us to work more effectively, avoid disease, and to have longer, healthier lives. Let's hope for that one and not the apocalypse. Sweet dreams. Oh, and if you have any questions, I've got a couple of minutes. If you do have any questions about sleep, you can shout them out now. Oh, yes, go on, yes.
Have you come across the Nancy Kress Beggar's Trilogy, which is basically about a genetic modification to allow us sleepless?
So it's genetically modified so that people do not sleep.
So the beneficiaries do not sleep.
Yeah.
Beggars and Choosers, Beggars in Spain, and Beggars Ride.
Oh, no, I haven't heard of those. I will look those up, and I'm guessing it doesn't end well.
Well, it's basically about the conflict between the sleepless and the people who couldn't afford to have, their parents couldn't afford to have them modified.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where we're heading. We are heading into, we're used to working class and upper classes. That class system is going to be based on the body within about 50 or so years, because it's the people who have the money. It's not well, it would be inherited wealth. You'd be able to afford it. People who have the money to upgrade themselves, and then obviously there will be the rest of us who don't have that. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing.
They're very, very good.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Thanks.
It doesn't make sense to me. A Fitbit's around your wrist. How does it know I'm in deep sleep versus the other type of sleep? I'm not wiggling anymore, or my heartbeat isn't any different.
I think it is electrical pulses within. I think it is to do with your heartbeat, even though your heartbeat, you say it's not the same. Remember I said about the dreaming state that it's as if the brain is awake while the body.
If you're going to notice
the electrical.
The dream state, but
yeah.
not all those other states.
No, it doesn't. And at the moment, that technology is not good enough to pinpoint that. It's not there in any way at all. I mean, you can look at when you look at my husband's sleep stats, for example, they often don't match up to when we know perhaps he's been awake. So it doesn't catch up. However, they are thinking of better versions. It doesn't really work when it's on your wrist, particularly. You need to have it somewhere else, which is why they're trialing these the mattress pads which they think might work better and get better results. But you are right that that technology isn't there yet, but it will be coming, definitely.
You talk a lot about the cognitive benefits of sleep. I always found there was a certain cognitive benefit from sleep, isn't it? So your brain will go into a
That's adrenaline.
hyper alert state. I was using a lot of the teenager, students who stay up all night. They're actually what they're trying to do is just to push themselves into a state of concentration.
Yeah.
Rather than, there are various people who've used that creatively to, like Wittgenstein and some musician Sam Ra, the long periods of just Michael. Wittgenstein would sit at his desk and with a pen in his hand.
Oh, almost like a hypno.
Yeah, as soon as he nodded,
Yeah.
he would just have micro sleep.
Yeah.
Through, as soon as the pen dropped onto the desk, he would wake up again, and that was so he just had like.
I mean, yeah. You've got people who can cope on less sleep. So they might be more genetically predisposed to be able to cope with this. I would argue for the students, youth gets you through a huge amount. Youth and adrenaline, yeah, that can get you through loads. I mean, as a teacher, I used to have barely any sleep. I used to teach a very, as you know, a very long day, very active, you're doing this kind of thing a lot. And I would be fine all the way through the day, and then you would crash in the evening. Obviously, by the time I needed to go to bed, I'd be awake again. That was great. So adrenaline gets you a very long way, but it's so damaging on the body to have those spikes of adrenaline all the time. But it is interesting, and lucid dreaming is another interesting one as well, which I didn't get a chance to talk about, but it's the idea of controlling your dreams. Some people can do that already. I don't know if anyone's heard of lucid dreaming. You can actually control your dreams. Sarah Pinborough's Behind Your Eyes is one version of that. And that is incredibly interesting. There's so many things about sleep and how people deal with sleep and what works for one person and doesn't work for another. I could talk about it for ages, but I don't want to keep you from your lunch. Because I know there's lunch soon.
In my experience, stress at work keeps me awake. So the routine is not utterly self-destructive. It's just when I could use the sleep to make better decisions. I'm surprised by the need to make those decisions.
Yes.
Any
well, I can only go for what's worked for me. And that is, do you know what the basic thing that has worked for me over the years is me saying, I've already done my worst, most tired day. I already know the worst that's going to happen. It can't be any worse than that. So if I don't get any sleep, who cares? I almost kind of go, I don't want to sleep. And then my body will give in and go, oh, okay, then you can go to sleep. So I would take the pressure off yourself and go, look, I know it's going to be a horrible day. I'm not going to get any sleep, so I'm just going to read and read and read, and I'm not actually going to go to sleep, and then your body kind of takes over. That's the only sensible solution I can give to you.
I guess often I do online jigsaws for now.
Yeah.
And after that, I can use the sleep.
Yeah, perfect. Distract your brain. It's like a toddler, your brain. Distract it. Do something else.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for listening. It's been a pleasure. And I believe, Tom, do you have any announcement?
Well, we're going to have we're on to
Thank you. Thanks. Oh, take your phone with me. That's.
Do you have any confidence?
Oh, I need to.
So everything unmuted. Oh, maybe I should quickly let people come in. Cool. Yeah, I am unmuted. Okay. Okay. So our next talk starting now is by Gareth Powell. Hope you enjoy it.
Right, is this working? Can you hear me? Testing. Yep, good. Okay, brilliant. Always helps with these things if people can hear what I'm saying. Or not, maybe. I was just very interested by that last talk, actually, because I do have a sleep disorder. And I have spent time in a room with a crowd of scientists standing around watching me sleep, which is really spooky. And a video camera about that far from my face as well, and electrodes on my head. Yeah, moving on. This won't be a particularly academic talk because I don't know anything about anything to that kind of level. What I do is, as a science fiction writer, is make stuff up. Now, I try to make my stuff up so that it sounds plausible and it sounds like real science. And as far as I can base it on real science. But as we have yet to discover how to travel faster than light, how to make a self-aware computer, or indeed how to make a really good laser gun, I have to make it all up. So this won't be, this won't help you if you're doing a degree in any kind of scientific subject. Out of the people here, by a show of hands, who's had enough of the apocalypse so far? I know I have. I've just been sat on the motorway listening to it unfold in real time. So, yeah. So I got here and met by a big picture of mushroom cloud, and I just thought, oh God, here we go. But I did on the way here have a coffee apocalypse. I stopped in Starbucks. I went to pick up my coffee as I was going onto the motorway, and the cup went, and the lid went there, and the coffee went. So I do stink of coffee as well, which is great. Now, in my latest book, I've got a book that came out beginning this month called Stars and Bones. I started writing it 2 years ago. And when I started writing it 2 years ago, the idea of a nuclear war between Russia and America, I thought, is this a bit far-fetched? So I'm not giving away too many spoilers because this happens in chapter 2. The British Prime Minister, being an oaf, makes a joke, not realizing his mic is still hot, and triggers World War III. And the chapter's told from the point of view of the richest man in the world, who has spent all his fortune and time constructing a bunker in the Canadian Rockies, in which he hopes to ride out the worst parts of climate change. And he's really, really annoyed when he realizes that his bunker's been targeted by a warhead, and that despite how much he's spent on it, it's not going to protect him. And that all his money is now completely worthless. He is, in fact, just a man standing in a greenhouse about to be vaporized. Obviously, he's not, otherwise, it'd be a really, really short book. But when I wrote that, I was tapping into a lot of stuff from my childhood. I grew up, I was born in 1970, so I was a teen. The 80s were my teenage years. And the 80s were also the height of the Cold War. And we had, some of you will remember, we had Protect and Survive adverts on Saturday morning TV. We had lessons at school about painting your windows white and drawing the curtains, because that would keep out a 100 megaton nuclear blast. And we had, lessons on putting dead relatives in bin liners and leaving them out for the council. So it was quite a traumatic time. So when I was writing that chapter, I was trying to tap into that kind of stuff, because someone once told me, write what hurts you and write about what scares you. And so I started writing that, and I wrote a lot about that, the stuff that I used to dream about a lot. And I can't believe we're back here, because, and I promise you, it's not my fault. Otherwise, I wish I'd written about kittens or something, if I knew it was going to come true. But science fiction is a really good way of sort of confronting the end of the world, confronting the apocalypse, and modeling it, and working through A, maybe ways to avoid it, B, maybe ways to survive it, and C, ways to sort of psychologically cope with it. How would we feel in that position? How would we react in that situation? What would our priorities be? What would our fears be? How would we process the apocalypse? And we can do that in print much more safely than we can do that in person. So there is a big tradition of apocalyptic science fiction, which you probably all know, half a dozen examples without even thinking about it, from John Wyndham, for Zachariah, just loads of it. So that's kind of how I was thinking when I was writing that early chapter, was I wanted to bring the world to an end, and for the point of the story. So I employed climate change, but it just didn't seem stupid enough. Although it's, our fault, I wanted something a lot more immediately our fault, to make us a lot more obviously culpable. So I created a situation of international tension, using huge reserves of imagination. I imagined a bumbling British Prime Minister. I have no idea where I got that from. And I triggered a full-scale international, well, I called the chapter is entitled Full Throttle Armageddon, because that's what it is. Because at the end of the chapter, something intervenes. There's an alien entity who's been watching the Earth for millions upon millions of years, has seen mass extinction, seen species rise and seen species fall, and to whom humanity is just a flickering phenomena. And it observes the beginning of this war, and it thinks, interesting, here comes another mass extinction. And it's quite relaxed about that. It knows life will survive somewhere in the deep oceans. It knows bacteria will survive, and it knows the Earth has still about 1 billion years left of viability before the sun heats up to make it uninhabitable. So it thinks that's time for more species to arise. And it kind of metaphorically sits back, looks forward to seeing what will happen. But then, in Oxford, a physicist makes a discovery that has a big bearing on the rest of the book. And when the creature detects this, it thinks, oh, how on earth did human beings do that? They're not clever enough. So it moves us from vaguely interesting to
worthy of further study. And it takes all the missiles and the bombs and the bullets and the hand grenades and the sharp sticks and throws them into the sun. And humanity is bracing itself to be annihilated, suddenly finds itself let off the hook. I imagine what that would be like. Imagine sitting in a bunker or under a bridge or under a sofa with 2 minutes to live. And then nothing happens. For the main character in the book, well, the main character in that part of the book, he's bloody annoyed. He's the richest man in the world. And he has access to a lot of politicians. And he says they're lucky they're not being torn apart by mobs for trying to pull that shit. And I guess where I got that from was a kind of 1980s wish fulfillment of lying in bed as a 13-year-old thinking, if war breaks out, what can save us? And the idea of an all-powerful alien popping in and getting rid of all the missiles, that just seemed too good a story idea to ignore. But unfortunately, as some of the characters say later in the book, by having our stones pulled out of the fire by an omnipotent alien power, we have missed the chance to grow up. As a species, we have been infantilized because we do not have to live with the consequences of our own stupidity. And living with the consequences of your own stupidity is pretty much how we grow up, how we mature, how we learn to survive in the world, and how we advance. So that's my most recent take on the apocalypse. What I was hoping to do was maybe to get some kind of discussion going along the lines of sort of apocalypses in science fiction, because I'm aware this is a sci-fi conference rather than an apocalypse conference. Are there apocalypse conferences? Do you think there? I think there probably should be. This year, Triffids. Next year, the Black Death. Yeah. Triffids. I'm bloody glad we don't have to deal with those. Should see the state of my back garden. Right. So, as you can probably tell, I've come to the end of what I had prepared. So I'm woefully unprepared, and I'm suffering from a huge amount of jet lag. So going back to the earlier sleep talk, I am a textbook example of sleep deprivation at the moment. So I was up till 4 o'clock this morning, and then got up at 8 and drove here. So you all look like the back end of lorries from where I'm sitting. So, no offense, but it's just, I just have brake lights overlaid across my vision. So, apocalypses in science fiction. Do we have any particular favorites? And shout out what a particular favorite apocalypse.
Foundation.
Foundation. I saw the first episode of the TV series last week when I was in the States. It looked bloody good. I hated the book. Yeah, I read it quite a few years ago, and it seemed to be a series of people sitting in rooms talking, which wasn't really what I was after. But Foundation is an interesting one because I was looking a while back into, while I was doing research for that opening chapter, into the seed vault in Sweden, where they've put all the seeds from all the species on Earth in the hope that we can regrow them. I hope they've put the hops and the marijuana close to the front, because I get a feeling we'll need those. What I like about Foundation is that Asimov, he thought pretty big, and he posits an empire that has lasted for thousands upon thousands of years, and a man who is planning on a dark age that will last thousands of years and how to survive it. And in that sense, I think it's a very European novel, because I think in Europe we have been living for the last 2,000 years in a post-apocalyptic landscape. If you think from the perspective of the Roman Empire, Rome lasted for 1,000 years. Britain was part of Rome for centuries. And then Rome pulled back, and Britain was left. The Romans in Britain, many of whom were British, but had been assimilated into Roman culture, were left with a civilization that kind of had withered on them. And they watched as former Roman commanders and local noblemen mutated into what we now think of as the medieval kings. And Britain went through a series of evolutions of smaller kingdoms to gradually building up into into what we have today. I was trying to think of an apt description, but yes, into the slightly uncomfortable rivalry that is the United Kingdom at the moment. So from that point of view, Europe has seen civilization rise and fall before. It's seen the Greek civilization come and go, it's seen the Egyptian civilization come and go, and the Roman civilization. And we have taken all bits of that wreckage and put them together to make our civilization. So Western civilization, as it is at the moment, is a bricolage of bits and bobs taken from everything that's gone before. Our language, our architecture, you wander around here and see Roman columns just all over the place. And that, I think, is an interesting thing to explore in science fiction. I think in a lot of science fiction, the stories take place in the ruins of alien civilizations that have gone before. And I was talking about this with some American writers, and they find that quite an exotic setting, whereas I think European writers find that a much more comfortable and familiar setting, because in Europe, we're always walking on the bones of the dead. We could go out here, we can drive to Stonehenge. We can see everything that's come before, and we can see that it's fallen and it's broken and it's risen and it's fallen and it's broken. Even the British Empire, which at one point held sway over a third of the landmass of this planet, has now withered away. And other vibrant cultures have grown up in its former colonies.
So my favourite apocalypse is John Runner's The Sheep Look Up, which ends with a couple of folks in Ireland sniffing the wind and telling the smoke of that great burning, because the United States is burning, which I think fits quite well with what you just said. So I wanted that at that particular point in time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Definitely, because the United States, in a way, has taken the baton from the European empires and built its own kind of political empire and cultural empire. One only has to sort of, like I was doing last week, you just walk down the street in LA and you see things you know from TV shows, from books, from place names you know from like Raymond Chandler. And it makes you realize that the huge cultural influence that we've absorbed from LA and Hollywood through our entire lives. But now I think American power is declining as well. And whereas when the Roman Empire fell, it may have felt to some of the people on the ground at the time that the world was ending, this time we do actually have the power to end the world. So that's a new and worrying development. So I'm not sure what will come after the collapse of the American kind of hegemony over global culture, but it will be interesting. You mentioned John Brunner, another one of his books, the Stand on Zanzibar, was written in the 60s, but is very applicable to this situation. It has in that he posits a world where scientists are less listened to, superstitions more listened to as the balance shifts, and you have volcanologists offering sacrifices to volcano gods in order for accurate seismic readings, and so forth. Sorry, my throat is drying up. Thank you. Sorry, is this making sense? Good. I feel I'm rambling slightly, because I am rambling slightly. But the apocalypse has just been on my mind a lot over the last couple of weeks for obvious reasons. We have all four horsemen currently in play. We have war, we have pestilence, we have famine, and obviously the big D. My particular favourite apocalypse is Good Omens. Not because I'm particularly of a Christian bent, but because it's funny and it gets averted. And if I have to live through an apocalypse, I want one that is funny and averted. That reminds me, when my daughter was younger, she got caught doing something at school, and the teacher told her off, and she said, in my defense, it was funny.
I suppose it links to your like the Roman one where you wanted to overfish, the Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yes.
Very much. Overfishing in bureaucracy.
Very, very much so. In case you didn't hear, Briley said the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is another is apocalypse by bureaucracy, where we're demolished in order to make way for a bypass. Sorry, I'm struggling a bit. Any other favourite apocalypses we can talk about? I've not read Station 11. What's the premise?
It's there's a pandemic completely wipes out 99% of the world population, and most of the story is set 20 years after this event, as society is rebuilding itself, following the story of a traveling fear zone building on
Interesting. I mean, a few years ago, when I was at school, we read Ray Bradbury's Soft Rains Will Fall, which is about an automated house going through its daily motions without any human occupiers inside. And it's obviously, still going and doing its thing after an apocalypse, or after the humans have all died off. And so a few years ago, I wrote a short story called This Is How You Die. about a flu pandemic in London, and the survivors sort of banding together and trying to escape into the countryside where the villages are all blocked off and strangers aren't welcome in a similar way to the Black Death. And I thought that was just crazily speculative. But as soon as the first lockdown started, I live in a small village just outside Bristol, and there's a cycle path that goes through the village from Bristol to a town called Portishead. A lot of cyclists come through there. And some of the locals park cars across it with big signs saying keep out, because they didn't want the cyclists huffing their pandemic germs into the air around the village. So that was a very weird sensation for me to suddenly be living in a story I've written. I hope it doesn't happen very often, because a lot of the stories I write aren't very comfortable for the inhabitants. Any others?
So it is again a story more about rebuilding from itself, but just a piece of fiction I particularly enjoyed these past few years is the fiction podcast called Within the Wires. And the premise of that is that various wars and pandemics at the start of the 20th century were far more destructive, again, about 99% of the population died. And each season is separate of looking at a different bit of a society that we emerged from in the decade following. So it's a kind of an alternate late 20th century where man tried to do a lot of basically social engineering to try to prevent the possibility of another conflict. It tried to reduce tribalism. All children are basically raised in institutions to prevent family attachments that could lead to tribalism. Nation states have essentially been abolished. And it's a really interesting look from multiple perspectives at a society that is in so many ways alien, in so many ways not going to be very disturbing, but also a functioning society, has been very new, but in many ways also familiar, can arise from something incredibly dramatic.
There's Larry Niven wrote a book called Ringworld, which posits a war between humans and a very warlike alien species called the Kazin. And after 5 wars, the Kazin are more docile, and it's speculated by one of the characters that the wars have bred them for docility by killing off all the most foolhardy members of the society. And I have read people who speculated that World War I and II did similar for European society, which obviously is bollocks, but it's an interesting way to look at the fact that wars, as you say, they do change attitude to war. And our generation haven't been through the experiences that our parents and our grandparents' generations went through. In that way. So I guess in World War I, there was this huge culling of a generation of young men in this country. So some bloodlines came to a complete end, as is, they show in Blackadder, the end of the Blackadder dynasty just cuts off in World War I, and lots of family trees just stop at that point. So you could speculate as a kind of bottleneck that you get in any kind of evolutionary bottleneck, where species is pruned down and then widens out again. You get less genetic diversity for a while, but then a bigger spread as the population bounces back. Oh, look at that. All right. My youngest has had a sore throat all week, and I can feel myself coming down with it as we go on. So I won't give this back to you if that's all right. You had your hand up.
So I was going to ask, what do you think the difference is between like an apocalypse, which
on the world, like even if it's has an account typing versus one that's like created by humans themselves, like a nuclear accident?
That's a very good question. In case you didn't hear that, the question was, what's the difference between an apocalypse that is inflicted upon the world, as in Good Omens, with God and the devil fighting and us being caught in the crossfire, or one in which we are fully culpable, i.e. climate change or a nuclear war? I think from a fictional point of view, there's a big difference between, has everyone seen Don't Look Up? Yeah, that's us responding to an apocalypse that is not of our making. You know, we didn't send the asteroid towards us, but our response to it, or lack of response to it, makes the situation worse. In fiction, and in what I was talking about before, I needed an apocalypse in which the human race was fully culpable, so that from a dramatic point of view, it was our fault. And we are currently living through at least one of those with climate change. It is kind of our fault, and as in Don't Look Up, we are ignoring the fact we're still flying, we're still driving cars, we're still doing all that stuff and thinking something will come along and, you know, we'll figure a way through, we'll muddle through, we always do. So that's, I think, if climate change was being imposed on us by, for instance, an alien race or a natural phenomenon, I think we might be more willing to look at it squarely and think, okay, let's deal with this, let's sort this shit out. Whereas because it's our fault, we're kind of a bit like, you know, we don't really want to own up to it as much as we could. Otherwise, it's I guess it's kind of like American airport security. Some guy tried to smuggle a bomb in his shoes, and now we all have to take our shoes off before we get on the plane. Whereas in the US, once you get there, thousands of people are wiped out by automatic weapons every year, but they don't do anything about it. Shoes killed nobody. You've got to have your shoes inspected. Guns kill thousands of people. Yeah, but they're our guns. So if they were foreigners coming in with guns, then they would do something about it. And I think it's the same with the apocalypse. Anyway, I've just noticed on the time that I'm running towards the end of my time, and you're probably all flipping starving. So can we have a couple of final questions, and then we'll wrap up.
You sort of described writing your apocalypse up. I got the sense that it was kind of, you know, funny as well. So you get a sense of enjoyment from this sort of writing kind of destructively about, you know, some scenario.
It's always an enormous amount of fun to destroy the world. It's always an enormous amount of fun you get to choose what gets bombed first. It's great. There's a cathartic thing there. There's also, as I mentioned, a kind of like therapeutic aspect to like exercising your fears and your worries by putting them into fiction and dealing with that in that way. So, yeah, I mean, destroying the world is enormous fun. I'd recommend it to anyone, apart from Putin, obviously. Any others? No. Oh.
You mentioned you enjoy describing the world. Will you say you have
A preferred apocalypse?
Yeah, so that if you had to choose one, I guess, apocalypse type of nuclear you
Choose one to write about or one to live through?
One to write about.
All right, okay. No, the one I want to live through is the one where there's a disease that makes everyone really happy and you fall asleep really peacefully. That would be nice. In writing about is, I've written about a few. Some of my favorites are the nanomachine apocalypse, where we all get turned into smart matter by self-replicating robots operating at a huge speed. That's always a fun one to write about. I wrote a story called "What Would Nicolas Cage Do?" about a guy who meets a girl in a bookshop. They go for coffee and they're chatting. They're getting on quite nicely, and they talk about that Nicolas Cage film where he buys a lottery ticket and promises to a woman in a restaurant that he'll give her a huge tip if he wins the lottery, and he does, and then he's deciding, he's going through the fallout of that with his girlfriend saying, why are you giving this random waitress a huge amount of money? And so as they're talking about that film, the world ends. The nano apocalypse happens, an enormous tidal wave of grey goo comes down the road and blasts everything to smithereens. And then the bloke wakes up, and he wakes up in this little cabin on a hillside, grass, birds, everything, but the entire rest of the world is like a white snooker ball. It's featureless, devoid of life. And the nanomachines come to him and say, look, we're really sorry. We didn't realize what we were doing. We've pretty much destroyed everything, but somehow we retain the sort of pattern of everything we've taken apart. And we don't really want to rebuild the world, but in order to kind of say sorry, we'll let you choose one person to be resurrected, and you can live here. And so he has to think about all the people in his life who he would bring back from death, who he would bring back from the apocalypse. And the title is obviously What Would Nicolas Cage Do? Because he's got this woman he promised to share his lottery win with, and this is obviously the biggest lottery win of all. So he opts to bring her back, but it's I think that was a particularly fun apocalypse, and having everything just disintegrate, like, Mr. Stark, I don't feel very well, is a lot of fun. But unless there are any other questions, I will let you all go and eat. Nobody wants to be the one who delays everybody else. Okay, thank you very much. No,
Hello, does the mic work? Yes, it does. Okay. I don't know how many people here are actually current members of Sci-Fi. If on the off chance any of you are, we have an AGM on Wednesday the 16th of March. Please come along. We need someone to be the chair because I'm not doing this next year. Cool. Thank you. So.
We should be starting charity events in about 20 minutes, but we'll be starting with smashing buildings, so you can turn up sort of whenever. Oh, in here.
Hello. I don't know if anyone can see or hear me. Hello. I don't know if anyone can see or hear me. Hello. I don't know if anyone can see or hear me. Hello. I don't know if anyone can see or hear me.
Have you got it ready to go?
I just want to how to get it.
Can you get it up? Yeah. Oh, this is working. So yeah, AJ Flowers, everyone, is she's a USA Today best-selling fantasy author. She's based out of Detroit. I'm assuming that's where you are now. I don't know if she can hear me.
I hope she can.
Can you hear us? We can't hear her either. Oh, hello. We can now hear you. Sorry, there's technical issues there.
I can hear you now.
Great. Excellent.
Oh,
So
hello.
we can now hear you. Sorry, there's technical issues
Yeah,
there.
there's an echo. I can hear you now.
Great. Yeah. Is I'll just leave it to you to do the talk, and I'll stop talking to get rid of the echo.
Okay.
I'll just leave it to you to do the talk, and I'll stop talking to get rid of the echo.
Okay. I think I can hear myself. That's very distracting. I might just mute my side. Is that okay? I think I can hear myself. That's very distracting. I might just mute my side. Is that okay? Very distracting. I might just mute my side. Is that okay? Let's see if this works or if there's a cascade of echo. Okay, I think that's better. I don't hear anything now. This works or if there's a no, there's an echo. I think that's better. I don't hear anything now. This works or if there's a no, there's an echo. Let me mute my side. So, can you reply to the chat so I know that you guys can hear me before I talk? Let's see. Okay. I think you guys can hear me, so I'm going to go ahead and start my talk. Let's see. So my name is Alyssa. I write mainly under AJ Flowers. I have a post-apocalyptic name now as well under Ava Storm. I have 5 pen names because I like to write across a couple different genres. So I'll just give you a little bit of background about myself because I think we take ourselves and we put different elements into our books. So the different pen names that I have, the main one is my fantasy on AJ Flowers. I also write some young adult fantasy on there. Ava Storm, of course, for post-apocalyptic. And then J.R. Thorne for romance. That's what pays my bills, to be honest. And then I have Jennifer Thorne, which is another paranormal romance name, and a lit RPG name, Aurora Vice, because I'm a gamer at heart. So it just felt natural to have that pen name as well. Across my pen names, I have about over 30 books. It's probably more like 35 or 49. Honestly, lost count. So let's see. I'm an engineer. I work for Toyota. I work on designing the car parts. There's a headquarters here in Michigan. So I used to work a lot with like Sienna and Camry, and I went to Japan a lot, so I got a lot of cultural experience. And I recently went part-time because my books have made enough money for me to kind of spread out my life a bit, because I'm also a mother to a 2-year-old daughter. So it was just, I was not sleeping at all. I still don't sleep. So doing that was a lot. I love my day job, but I also love writing. So now I get to do both. So what inspired me to write the post-apocalyptic story? Let me start with, I internshipped at NASA, and I got to experience a lot of the cool space stuff on that side of things, and it's realistic. And I also got a sense of how very human made everything is. A lot of the facilities were a bit dated, and I would drive around the field and check on electrical components as part of my internship. And I could see how things could be missed or how things could go wrong. With important systems, they have a lot of checks and balances. But I mean, with the disasters that have already happened, you can see, we're all human and we all make errors and we learn from our mistakes. So just that concept is what I put into my books a lot. And when I moved to Michigan for the automotive industry, I actually saw 2 meteors. I saw one when I was driving to work. It was a big flash in the sky. And I saw a bit of the street coming down before it exploded. And then the second one was, I was in my kitchen, and I was like, surely I'm never going to see something like this again. And I saw a meteor explode outside my kitchen window, like down pretty far. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. So just understanding that our planet is just this little ball swirling in space, it became kind of like, I want to write a story about what could actually happen, because I mean, we have had an asteroid hit our planet before. What would happen if we got hit again? Or it's not what if we got hit again, it's when we get hit again. And so I did a lot of research. I will start with, like, when I wrote Soulbound. This was a fantasy story, and it has like post-apocalyptic themes in it, and it's very, very fantasy. So I was able to just kind of make up my own story about what happened. And like there's these gods that are, they're beings that think they're gods, and there's a reincarnation cycle, and it's very fantasy. And it was fun to kind of make up my own rules. But when I wrote 40 Days for the post-apocalyptic name, I had to be realistic, and I had to do a lot of research. So in my youth, I like, one aspect of that research was, okay, what happens when civilization kind of falls apart? So in my youth, I grew up in Key West, Florida. It's a very small island about 4 hours south of Miami. And on that island, I was very like isolated, and the ocean's right there. When I drove to school when I was 17, I crossed a bunch of bridges to get to school. I was like, what would happen if one of these bridges were out? We couldn't get our food or water or anything. So, and there was like military jets, because the military island basically was just right there. So you could see all of them doing their play dogfights and stuff. It was really cool. But when a major hurricane hit, Hurricane Georges, not everyone could really evacuate. My father was a police officer, so he decided to stay, or I think he had to stay given his rank. He was a lieutenant. And without the police there to kind of control things, everyone just kind of goes bonkers. Civilization goes out the window. And I saw that firsthand when I was a teenager and Georges hit. And we were there. We stayed at one of the hurricane shelters, which was the police station. The school was also one. But where we stayed, we had, our dogs and stuff. And the hurricane came, and we weren't allowed to go outside. And then we decided to walk our dogs when the eye came through. So I was checking to see if the eye was there yet, because the eye of the storm is where it's real calm. And I opened the door, and nobody knew I was there, and I was opening the door, and I got blown all the way back. I was like, okay, it's not here yet. So when I was finally there, then we were able to go out, because I was really excited to see it. And you could see the wall going, and it was just so cool. But the destruction that I saw later, I realized how not cool some kind of event like that was. We were lucky our house was still there, but my cousin, he lost his house. And then when the flooding came, like we almost couldn't get to our house. There were trees down on the road everywhere. Like the bridges I mentioned, they were still up, but I mean, trying to get through to our house, it's a 30-minute drive from the police station. So it was just so surreal, and the cleanup and not having electricity after. And it was just so surreal kind of going through our experience, and how you live when you don't have electricity, how you live when you don't have easy access to water, and the kind of anarchy that happens. You have to protect your property because looters might come, and you see painting on people's houses, looters will be shot. And it was just like, wow, just one little event and people lose their brains. So learning how to kind of deal with that and with the human nature that is unfortunately out there, you can bring that into your books, and it's therapeutic in a way to kind of process what would happen, what you would do. And the main character I wrote, Liam, he suffers from panic attacks, and I've suffered a little bit with panic attacks, and so was my husband. And it was therapeutic to write that character. He has this pregnant wife, and just he pulls it together when the world is actually ending and he realizes all of his problems are not really problems. He kind of pulls it together and realizes what's important and fights for his family. And it was just really like emotional almost for me to kind of write those characters. So it was, I feel like every author who writes their book, they're going to have a little piece of their heart in that book. And in that book particularly, I wanted to research a lot. So let me get into a little bit of like the science I went into it. So as far as let me switch pages. So I don't know if it'll mess up my video, but I want to go to I have like so many notes on science. Let me see. Yeah, it does mess up the video. So in my kind of like, I have so many notes. I use OneNote and I kind of track all of my notes. Let's see. Let me go to, the Kuiper belt. Okay, so a lot of the theories are if we would get hit by something. I think there was actually recently a movie out that was, I forget the name of it, but someone might remember it. The most common theory would be it would be a comet that would come from the Kuiper belt because it would be moving so fast that maybe we wouldn't see it. And in the movie, the movie came out after I wrote this book. I wish it had come out before. It would have been really helpful. But it was really like Hollywood. You could see the big arc, the big tail of the comet. And it was really dramatic. I decided to write an asteroid because I wanted to be a little bit different. I do think a comet is really realistic, but I wanted to play with it and be a little original. So I decided, okay, well, Earth can't have enough time to know it's coming. And it's actually pretty possible because while we have a lot of the asteroids already documented, we don't have every asteroid documented. And so I put the asteroid where it was coming like from the direction of the sun at the time so that it would be harder to detect in kind of like that window. And then when they do detect it, they have 40 days to respond. 40 days in terms of an asteroid coming is not a lot of time to do anything. You have to have like a really well-oiled society to be able to respond to that. You could potentially nudge it off course. You could blow it up and then get pelted with a bunch of little pieces. So the way I wrote it was like the governments are really not getting along and they wind up just messing things up and nobody does anything that helps. So it's going to hit. There's nothing they can do about it. And to make matters worse, I decided to make it radioactive. So I was like, is this even possible? So I actually went on Reddit because I know Reddit has a lot of different uses, but there are actually a lot of like scientists and smart people in certain segments of Reddit. So I went on there and I asked, okay, could it be radioactive if we blew it up with a nuke? The answer is no. You could hit it with a nuke, but it would have to be more like in the asteroid, like within it, and then it would blow it up into like smaller pieces, and the radioactive material would the half-life would decay really fast. There wouldn't be like a real shock wave like there is on Earth because we have atmosphere. So I had a lot of smart people kind of tell me about those things that would happen because, I internshiped at NASA, but I didn't study nukes. Sorry. That's not my forte. So I was like, okay, well, if you can't do that, then are there any other options? As someone else said, actually, there's nothing to stop you from making the asteroid radioactive itself. So I have deposits of uranium in the asteroid. So that's kind of the process. Like, if you want to write a post-apocalyptic book, or if you're looking for one to read, there's a lot of steps to make it realistic. You can't just be like, well, let's do this and suspend all belief, and then it's not realistic. I mean, not everything is going to be 100% accurate because we are authors writing these books, and we're as accurate as we can be. We're not all like Andy Weir, who I think he just had one-on-one communication with NASA scientists, like getting all these questions answered and did all the math. Like, he crowdfunded it. It was just, I have mad respect for Andy Weir, I'll be honest. But anyway, that's sidetracking. So yeah, there's just a lot of research. And I remember another one that I watched the movie, I think it was Chernobyl. That was really, really hard to watch. But it kind of showed you what happens to the human body and just the emotional side of radioactive exposure to lethal levels to like slow, you're going to get cancer in 10, 20 years levels. And like I have that in the book about characters going through that. Because what I had for the asteroid is there are smaller pieces that were hitting and causing like atomic storms. And, you know, you can't be outside when an atomic storm is hitting, when rain is hitting. So if you're exposed, you're eventually going to get cancer. You start to get those radioactive effects. And the way that I wrote that this story is survivable, because it is there are bunkers where everyone can survive. And there are two main bunkers that I wrote in the story. One is the main character's brother is a prepper. With my parents being preppers, that was easy to write. I know where to go if there's a problem, which given today's events, yeah, I have my parents on speed dial. And then the other bunker I had was more government, like they had pre-planned of all the people they were going to save, that they kind of knew this was coming before everyone else did. And so if an asteroid would hit, let me back up a little bit and say a little bit more of my research on like the dinosaurs. So the asteroid that hit with the dinosaurs actually wasn't, it was big, but what made it so deadly was the angle it hit and where it hit. Because then it created an impact winter, and it blotted out the sun and killed a lot of the foliage and made it almost uninhabitable for a really long time, and brought on a lot of destruction after that. So the angle of where the asteroid hits and where it hits is very important. So I took that into account in the book. I won't spoil anything if you want to read it, but that made it survivable, where it's about 6 months, I believe I wrote, or 6 to 9 months, I can't remember, where they're in the bunker and they survive the impact winter and come out to like this, real post-apocalyptic world and have to build a new society with who's left. And that was, that's where I'm kind of stuck right now, because I haven't released book 2 yet. It is coming out next month, but I'll be honest, what's hard, one of the characters, she might lose her baby. So I'm like, I wrote this before I was pregnant, and now I'm like, I don't know if I can write this, but I'll figure it out. I'll make it happen. Yeah, I think those are most of the things I had to talk about. I know the talk was for 40 minutes, but I might cut short unless you guys have any questions. I'm going to unmute myself and I'm going to mute my end so you don't echo. But
Can you hear us?
yes, I can hear you. It's just a delay.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
Hi there. what do you think is the thing that has inspired you most when writing this book?
Well, when writing the book or before writing the book? I guess what inspired me to write the book was my experiences that I went through. Seeing a meteor myself was incredible, and seeing it twice was absolutely incredible. And then writing it, it was really therapeutic, and it was really comforting, because I'll be honest, like, seeing that was scary, and I was like, what would I do? And so I started writing the book, and it really kind of made me feel better. And I started to be able to express all of those feelings in these characters and kind of get it all out. But I did drive my husband nuts, because I like bought one of those radios that are the crank radios. And I started like buying canned foods. And he's like, stop, really, please stop it. But yeah, it was just more, I really had an enjoyable time writing it. And, you know, it's all emotions encompassed together. I have like the feel good emotions. There's some funny moments, and kind of what I think I would do, or how I think characters would respond. Because when I'm writing my characters, it's not always necessarily what I would do. I almost get mad at my characters. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? That's not what we're going to do. Like there's a case where Liam and his wife, they have to go on foot. And I did a lot of math calculating, like if they could make it to the bunker in time. But it was like, okay, we can do this. Because Liam is the one who wanted to go on foot. I didn't want to go on foot. It was like, okay, fine. So we abandoned the car and we went on foot. And then there's this boy crying, and Liam wants to not go for the boy. He's thinking about his unborn child, and he wants to focus on his family, because he understands he can't save everyone. And he's the guy who had the panic attack. So he's really like zoomed in on his focus, his target. And that's really not me. I was like, if I hear a little boy crying, I'm going to go save the little boy. So I was his wife, basically, in that story, where she just kind of marches on, like, we're doing this. And, you know, kind of those different scenes pop up. And it was really like, yeah, the characters have a mind of their own. So I had a lot of fun writing it. I'm going to mute myself again so I can hear you guys.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You've written a lot of different genres. Would you say there's like how a difference in writing for, say, like fantasy or YA, or like post-apocalyptic realism? Which genre do you prefer? Do you like writing the most?
Yeah, sorry for the delay. I have to wait for the echo to stop. So I get something out of writing each of my genres, because when I first started writing, I mean, in high school, did poetry and different things, and I tried to find different creative outlets. I think my different pen names are still my journey of finding different creative outlets. So I started like with photography, and I did a lot of art. I won an art contest. But as I started progressing, there were limits to what I could draw, or what I could paint, or what I could take a picture of. Writing had no limits at all, you know, and it was just my imagination, and there's no limit at all there. And that was really appealing. So I started writing, and just kind of give you the background of the process of what happened. And I wrote an angel fantasy story because I was just really into angels at the time. Looking back, I think it was because I lived on an island, had a very conservative family. So the idea of being able to fly away was really appealing. And that's exactly what I did. I went to college for aerospace. That's why I was in working at NASA. I did change to mechanical engineering just because it was more practical, and that's when I went to Michigan, and the rest is history. But when I kept writing throughout all those years, and I started taking it a little more seriously when I finished the book, and I got some feedback from the editor of Tor, and he said, work on your prose. I'm like, okay. So I joined some writing critique groups, and it was more finding my place, because I grew up reading fantasy, and That's just all I knew. I didn't really have access to a lot of different genres, I guess, just the limits of our school library. I read every book in that library, and it was pretty much all fantasy stuff. So after I started publishing, I wanted to, like, they were so successful, but I felt like there was more audiences elsewhere. So I started looking at the other genres, and that's when I just discovered there's just so much out there for every different expression. So I tried romance. I really enjoyed I still really enjoy the romance aspect. The kind of relationship dynamic is really important. And then the lessons I learned from romance, I put into the characters, making them really fleshed out. So in my post-apocalyptic, like there's not a romance, but there's a marriage and there are relationships, and the dynamics of those relationships are, I feel, stronger because of my romance experience. And then in the post-apocalyptic experience, I'm able to kind of get the science more down, and I can bring that into my other stories to make them realistic. So in my lit RPG, it has a lot of like war and fantasy elements, and there's relationship elements too. Absolutely no romance in it, but I mean, like, there's a snarky AI who adds a comedic element, and I learned a lot of like comedy and more sequence information, because a lit RPG will have like character stats like a video game, and I love video games. So that was really fun to kind of like almost make my own game. And I just take those little pieces that I learned from each pen name and spread it out, and I feel like it creates my whole personality, and every year those get stronger and stronger. So I think they all are kind of like an area of expertise, and mastering each of them just makes you a better author. And the hardest part is probably separating my brain when I'm going from one to the next. Like, if I just wrote a romance and I want to go to post-apocalyptic, for one, the romance is going to be first person and past tense, and then the post-apocalyptic is probably going to be a third person, because that's just kind of what the market likes. And my editor just has a field day, just like, no, that's the wrong pronoun. Let's fix it. Once you're able to switch those up, yeah, it feels like a real completionist kind of feeling. Like, maybe that's the video gamer in me. I want to get all the stats, All right, I'm going to mute myself now.
Thank you. Any other questions?
What do you think your next? Will you be doing any more sort of post-apocalyptic books?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see if I can pull this off the wall, or maybe I'll just turn the camera around. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the camera around so you can see it. I'm gonna show you what I have planned. I always have lots of plans. All right, I don't know if you can see this too well, but I have a calendar up on the wall to inspire myself. These are all the books I have planned in the post-apocalyptic: 40 weeks, months, years, 40 names, 40 cities, 40 rules. And I have all the stories in my head. This is a big problem with having so many pen names. Unfortunately, there are way more stories in my head than I can possibly write, probably in my lifetime. So to get around that problem, sometimes I do take on a co-author or whatnot. I was considering taking on a co-author for this name, because it's really hard for me to get enough post-apocalyptic books out. I only have one out, and I think it's been a year. The next one, I'm managing it, but it's really hard with how much I have going on in my life. I mean, 5 pen names is absolutely insane. I'm aware of that. But yeah, I have a lot more in mind. Yeah, it's a really, really fun genre. And I think what's challenging, the most challenging about it is how much research needs to be done. So it would be really cool if I could get one of my engineering friends in on it, and have them like help me do research and split royalties or something with them. And like, so that's something I'm considering, just kind of ideas in my head. And I do the writing part, because I've spent 15 years working on my craft, and it would be a fun co-write, to be honest. So we'll see if that happens, but otherwise I'll just manage it myself and just not get sleep.
Does anyone else have any questions?
I can hear you now if you said anything.
Do you have any advice on how to write faster?
How to write faster? Yes. So when I wrote my first book, took me 10 years, so it's okay to be slow. After that, I think that was more like I was kind of playing with it, not being super serious, and then I started taking it seriously. And the second book took me 6 months. The third book I think was 3 months, and it kind of exponentially went down. And now I can write a book in 2 weeks if I really need to, but I might have a little burnout after that. And my hands will hurt. I can't show you my keyboard, but it's destroyed. I go through so many keyboards. So the way I learned to write a little faster, one of the techniques is called AIS, ASS in seat. Just, shutting off all distractions, just going, I know it's hard. I know the blank page is hard. I'm just going to start writing. And it's okay if it's crap because I can edit it. And I think that was a big part, just kind of like the self-talk, self-motivation. There are times when I get really tired, really burnt out, and I don't write a lot. And one of the things that will motivate me is a deadline. So like I had 2 books due. They released March 7th. Was that in 2 days or a few days? And I had been working on them since November, these 2 books. And then because I was kind of getting a little like easygoing because Amazon was letting me delay pre-orders, and my day job has been getting really crazy. We're doing the tooling kickoff for the next Tacoma, and even though I'm part-time, they still ask a lot of me. So I've been working more like full-time while trying to write these books. And then my daughter, of course, is always a lot. I love her to death. That's the hardest part. I just want to cuddle her all day. But that when I had the deadline, like this week, I wrote 50,000 words. I'm like really, really tired. I put on a lot of makeup so that I don't see the circles. But like I think what process I came up with to kind of like when I have those crunch periods is I used to just be a pantser where I would just kind of write whatever came to mind. That did kind of make things messy. I can still pants, but I have to be a little more strategic about it. I don't know if you've heard of Vela, probably not because it's US only right now. Amazon released this kind of experimental thing, kind of like Wattpad almost, but better. And it's like a episodic serial app almost. So I have a story on there that I am releasing by episode. And since it's more like it was meant to be fun, they started it last August. I kind of just pantsed it at first. But then I realized like, oh, I just finished 100,000 words. I better have a plan of where I'm going with this. Like for a long time, I was like on the first and second bestseller pages. It's the Dark Arts Academy by J.R. Thorne. It's really romancy, so it's probably not interesting to any of you guys. But and it's US only, so you can't even read it. but like I started going in Microsoft or Google Docs, and I have all my character notes and I have my world lore notes, like each character, their description, any special things that I need to remember about them. Like my editor complained I didn't mention the hair color of someone, and I was like, well, that's because it wasn't in my notes and I didn't want to get it wrong if I said it before. But it makes it a lot faster if I have something I can reference. So I have my Word document that I'm writing in, and then I have like my notes. And I've started doing that. Even when I outline, I will have kind of an idea of where I'm going. Even like I have like a high level outline, and then if I want, I'll have a more segmented outline. But the high level will be just kind of like a roadmap. I know where the story is going, and it still gives me the freedom to write. So I've tried sprints. I used to do a lot of sprinting. I'd be like, okay, I'm going to sprint for 15 minutes and just type as fast as I can. That was really effective, actually. I don't really sprint anymore just because my life is sprinting now. I've just trained myself to write fast. But yeah, I'd say the biggest thing now is like having done the research and having done kind of the roadmap. That gives me something where I can just sit down and let the characters talk and just do the story. If I make it too regimented, then it becomes too difficult. I get very stifled. I don't know where the story's going because I'm only allowed to go this way. So that's why the high level outline is really helpful. Let's see, what other tricks have I used? There was a game kind of thing, something words. Oh, I don't remember. You get like a character and you can do quests and stuff. I tried that, but it became more time consuming than helpful. Little rewards. If I write for 50, I don't say I'm going to write 5,000 words, because then if you write 4,500 words, you're like, oh, I failed. I haven't done it. No. So I will say I will write for 15 minutes. The time block is really helpful. And then at the end, like, oh, I get a cupcake or a cookie or, something. I get to play for 15 minutes on my video game or whatever it is. Some kind of reward makes you feel like you accomplished something. And that's why I liked the episodic writing, because I only have to write like one episode, which is maybe 1,000 words, and like, oh, I did it, and it just feels really good. I also like getting paid right away, because that one I actually get paid. Whereas if I release a book, I don't know if it makes anything until, after I've finished it, however long later that is. So, there's kind of the reward system. We're all, just animals at heart, and, Pavlov's dog, whatnot. But yeah, there's so many tricks I've tried. You just got to find what works for you. Everyone's going to be different, and throughout different stages of your career and of your life, different things will work too. What works now for me wouldn't have worked a year or two ago. Doing sprints with other people, that's, accountability, that helps a lot. Or even I was like telling my husband, like, oh, I'm gonna write 2 chapters tomorrow, and then if he asked me about it and I didn't, then I feel really bad. So, some accountability was good. Yeah, there's just so many tricks you can do. So
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else?
All right. I think that's it for questions. Yeah. Thank you so much for your talk.
thank you very much for inviting me. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry that I couldn't come in person. I think I told the main people I'm not vaccinated, so there's like I think a 10-day quarantine or whatever. So I'm really sorry I couldn't come in person, but thank you very much for inviting me to the stream.
Yep. Hello, can you hear me? Can you try speaking as well?
It's one that has over 200 people, it's every other year.
Yeah, so, you know, if you want to, you get this hotel with lots of people.
Just unmute yourself, and yeah, you'll have to use my laptop mic. So
Does this work? Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear
Oh,
you.
okay, great, cool.
Is there an echo? Can you hear an echo?
No, I can't.
Sorry.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't think there's an echo, so we should be fine.
Okay, great.
Yeah, all right. Thanks.
Hi, I'm just seeing if my phone and microphone and camera works.
Yep, can hear you.
Hello.
Hi.
Good for you.
I'm Alyssa.
Hey, Alyssa, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? You're Brendan?
I'm Brendan from New Hampshire, where it's brisk and cold, and we heard it.
Oh, I live in Detroit, and it's pretty cold.
I salute you. That's the nice to make your acquaintance.
Thank you. You as well.
Be curious to see how many. I think they limit this to 100 attendees, from what I see. So, what do you write, Alyssa?
I have 5 pen names, so I write a lot. For this talk, I'm
Can you hear
talking
us online?
about post-apocalyptic. You?
I write thrillers, mysteries, short stories.
So Becca was.
Of course, the headlines today are sort of getting ahead of our fiction, aren't they?
This. Right, for everyone listening, we're going to be starting the panel now. So the way we're planning on doing this is Becca here is going to be coming around the audience with microphone and asking questions, and in turn, I'm sure you lovely guests can be basically sort of passing the microphone among yourselves, just talking about it, you know, hoping things will work out. And so.
Okay, do we have any questions to start people off? Anyone have a particular question they want to ask?
Shall we introduce ourselves to start with?
Yeah, that'd be great.
How about that? Okay, so I'm Brodie Pearce, and I write science fiction short stories for adults, which turn up in anthologies. I write adult thrillers, and I write young adult science fiction, horror, and dystopia. I also teach creative writing at City University.
I'm Gareth Powell. I write space opera and freelance as a creative writing teacher.
Hello, I'm Louise Mumford, and my first novel is a dystopian thriller, and my second one is maybe a dystopian thriller without giving too much away. Yeah, I've only got 2 books. Sorry, I haven't got quite to the level of everyone else.
If AJ, you want to talk about yourself? We just had you in the talk, but
Yeah, I'll just give a brief recap. I wanted to point out, I think Andy Weir only has 1 or 2. So don't be shy about only having 1 or 2. I'm AJ Flowers. For this talk, I write as Ava Storm, write post-apocalyptic on that name. I do have 5 pen names, collectively 35 plus novels. I work for Toyota as automotive engineer, interned at NASA. So grew up on an island, and I have a husband who's from the Netherlands. I don't think I mentioned that in my talk. That's me.
Hi, I'm Brendan Du Bois, and I don't know how AJ can breathe considering all the work she does. I write thrillers, short stories, science fiction. My most probably popular dystopian novel was one I did a number of years ago called Resurrection Day, about what would have happened if the Cuban Missile Crisis had turned into World War III. And currently I'm co-authoring thrillers with a struggling writer down in Palm Beach named James Patterson. I'm trying to help him out the best I can.
so if no one else has some questions to start us off with, I guess. In terms of inspiration, if you had to pick 1 book each or 1 other form of fiction that got you into wanting to be a author/writer as a job, what would you say that book was for each of you? Should we start with Brendan?
Sure. Only 1 book that really stuck with me when I first read it was back in the 60s. That's how old I am. So was A Canticle for Leibowitz, which was a really post-apocalyptic novel. A group of monks living in the desert in New Mexico trying to save what fits the civilization they can. And then I've written alternative history, and I have to say that Man in a High Castle and Fartherland really got me going there.
For me, it was Anne McCaffrey. So when we were kids, or certainly when I was a kid, the YA genre wasn't really huge. So you pretty much went from reading Enid Blyton to reading Stephen King. So Anne McCaffrey I discovered when I was really quite young, sort of probably 12 or 13, and her Brawn and Brain Ship series I read over and over and over again. And I just wanted to write like her. So she's always been my inspiration. And of course, Hugo and Nebula Award winner, amazingly inspirational woman, very feminist, and yeah, raised a family while writing these incredible science fiction series. So yeah, Anne McCaffrey for me.
In my teens, I devoured all Michael Moorcock's books, especially the Cornelius Quartet, and those which really made me want to write that kind of sort of fantasy sci-fi mashup. But it wasn't until I was in my mid-20s and I picked up a copy of Burning Chrome by William Gibson that I realized, hey, I can do that. And because it was about characters and about people and grunts on the street, rather than kind of presidents or galactic emperors and things. And so that was my way in, I think.
I think for me, I'm gonna go away from the science fiction and fantasy genre a bit, because my first influence was Ella Montgomery and Anne of Green Gables. I wanted to write short stories that always involve plucky orphans, and
Don't we all?
and yeah, and also her books are incredibly character driven, and I wanted to create. I love creating rounded, proper characters that you think you could meet in real life, and you could certainly think of meeting lots of Anne of Green Gables' characters in her books.
And then AJ.
Yeah, I was struggling between Ari Salvatore and Mercedes Lackey. Mercedes Lackey came first, so I'll say her books. Brightly Burning was the one that really comes to mind. And now that I think of it, like those books were really more like university age, and they were heavy fantasy, and that was very inspiring to me. Like my bestsellers now are kind of like university age novels, so I'm not surprised. That was definitely my influence.
What I think is quite interesting is how many of us have been drawn into writing by these character-driven stories. I mean, for me, Anne McCaffrey, it was a character writing. For Gareth, it was about reading characters that he felt he could identify with and bring to life. And the same with you and you guys. It shows how important writing really great characters is, no matter what genre it is that you're writing and reading.
Indeed, there's something to be said for that. We've got 2 questions in from the Mentimeter. I'll start with this one. This is about your talk on Bryony, and they were wondering what your opinion was on the difference between, say, a utopia and a two sides of the same coin, or in fact, two completely separate ideas.
I mean, it's a really interesting one, and I'm sure the other authors also have an opinion on it. I mean, really, even a dystopia will be a utopia for some people living in it. I mean, I'm sure Putin's living his best life right now. You know, the whole idea of a dystopia is that you have the haves and the have-nots, and obviously the haves are very happy with the situation the way it is, with the status quo. And, you know, even the idea of the utopia, the original utopia, had a very clear have and have not distinction. So, yeah, the utopia, you could say, is the other side of the same coin. But, you know, when I go in and do school visits and creating writing classes, and you ask kids to design a utopia, because that's one of the things I do when we're talking about dystopia, one of the clearest ways to kind of visualize that is to talk about a utopia, and it's a very egalitarian thing that the kids come up with. So I suppose the real difference between dystopia and utopia would be the totalitarian versus the egalitarian kind of philosophy. What do you guys think?
I agree that utopia is a very relative term. There are people in the world today who probably think that we live in a utopia in a lot of ways. We have socialized healthcare, and we're all got a fairly good standard of living compared to, certain countries in the world. But then, we look at, Jeff Bezos wakes up each morning in a swimming pool full of cocaine. I think he's probably got a very different idea of what utopia looks like. And
Mark is now taken out by a drone.
it wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, so I mean, he's probably thinking of utopia in a completely different way than we are, and frankly, I'd be fairly, I could put together my own personal utopia on a fraction of what he has. So it's in, but dystopia, going back to what Bryony said, I think they're two types of the same coin, because so in the Hunger Games, for instance, that society is a utopia for the people at the top and a dystopia for the people at the bottom, and it depends which side of the palace gates you're sitting on as to whether you describe it as such.
Well, just to bring it back, I think it's all down to care. How much do the people who are in power care about their citizens? So I guess for me, I think Hunger Games is more of a dystopia because that ruling class, doesn't care about its populace. And yeah, so I think I would just boil it down to that simple thing. How much do people feel they are cared about in their society, which would make our society not particularly utopian for some people.
Brendan or AJ, do you have any comments?
I appreciate the different sides of the same coin, but maybe it's like a sliding scale. Because even in a perfect utopia, which would never occur because humanity in itself can never be perfect, you would have, the ruling class and those who are ruled. And it's just a variance of degrees. You might get all the comforts and pleasures that you like in utopia, but is it really utopian if your freedoms and communications are curtailed? You need, total happiness or balance. AJ, up to you.
Yeah, I like the character perspective. Like I'm thinking of like the Vikings and the Viking kings. Their utopia is like this very brutal society, lots of death, and maybe they even have to fight someone to death. Maybe they don't make it. They go to Valhalla. That's their utopia, and it's all about the character perspective. So if I was writing, it would really matter from the character if that's their utopia or dystopia, depending. It could be the same situation, but depending who's looking at it, maybe that's their ideal life, or maybe it's the worst thing that could happen. But yeah, I think I like the character perspective on it.
We got some audience questions here. I'll start with one that caught my eye first. So here you go.
Do you often know how long a book is going to be before you write it?
Yes, because it's usually in the contract. It says book between 90 to 100,000 words in 6 months, please, or you have to give all this money back.
Yeah, different genres have different ideal word counts. So if you're thinking of writing yourself, so mid-grade novels basically top out at 50,000 words. Young adult novels, ideal is about 60,000 words. That's what publishers like, but they're willing to go up to about 80. If it's a fantasy, high fantasy, something like that, they are maybe willing to go up to 90 if you're someone like Sarah J. Maas, and they know that it'll sell. If you're writing an adult novel, your ideal ballpark is around 90,000 words, unless it's sci-fi, in which the case, or high fantasy, in which case they're willing to go up to around 100. That's mainly because of world building. If you are wildly out of your word count, either a long way above or a long way below. If you're a long way below, the agents will just assume you don't know the industry. If you're a long way above, they assume you don't know how to edit. So agents will often discount a novel, turn it down on the basis of word count alone. They will literally just look at your covering letter, go, oh, this person's written a 150,000 word young adult book. No, I'm not reading that. So yeah, it's important to stick to your word counts.
I'd say if you're a new writer or starting out and you think you have a 250,000 word epic fantasy inside of you, that's probably where it should stay.
All very well said. When I'm writing a book, I definitely take the market into account. I pull in between $20,000 and $30,000 a month, and I only do that because I treat my authorship as a business, and I market to that business. I pick covers to that authorship or readership, and I pick word counts to that readership. Episodic is very in right now with the younger area, so even a book around 20,000 words for the episodic readers will be accepted as long as more seasons come out. So yeah, it all depends about audience, but definitely take word count into account.
We got another one on the Mentimeter here, and this is, does the popularity of apocalypse and dystopia reflect the public need for evil to be big, flashy, and clearly defined? Stopping these things in advance might be less glamorous, but more likely to succeed. This is from the Mentimeter.
Evil is kind of big and flashy and loud at the moment. I mean, if you want that kind of thing, you just turn on the news. Yeah, there seemed to be a lot of talk in publishing around about the first lockdown, where people were saying readers were fed up with dystopia now, and they thought that maybe going forward it was time for more, certainly in science fiction, a more kind of utopian, hopeful vision of a future where we build and we recover and we go on, and that the sort of dystopian craze was ebbing, and it was going to ebb faster because of lockdown. I don't know whether that's borne out by the evidence, but that was certainly a conversation I had with a couple of publishers last year, was that hopefully, as everything in the world seems to be spiraling into worse and worse, instead of looking to dystopian fiction for escape now, we'll be looking for something to inspire us and to escape by imagining better worlds instead of imagining worse ones.
I don't think it's, I think that's definitely a part of it. I also think part of it is catharsis. So if you can see, if you can read about a system or a government that is even worse than some of the ones that we've got in the real world, and they are, there's a resistance against them, or somebody's going through something which is worse than what you're going through. Human nature is always to enjoy that story because they've got it worse than you. So it makes you feel better by comparison. And I think I'm right in saying, isn't it that horror always does really well during times of stress and upheaval, because people just need that outlet, really. It's a way of visualizing, again, it's a way of visualizing the future almost, and coming to terms with the future, but hopefully that you don't actually have to live it out in real time.
It's an interesting question that I've been kind of sat here struggling with a little bit. I think the basis of the question, people wanting big, flashy, good versus evil, black and white, I'm not convinced that's entirely true. I mean, I personally think that grey areas are much more interesting as a writer and I think as a reader, and I think it makes you think more. You know, if it's not so obviously this is evil, dastard, you know, Dick Dastardly twirling his mustache type villain. But yeah, it is about, I mean, I said in my talk about what's going on in the world often affects what genres are popular. A discussion with my agent recently said that what is selling, what people want to read, is joy, vampires, cozy crime, so not your nasty crime, your Agatha Christie, Miss Marple kind of stuff, and science fiction, which, as we said I said in my talk, was about the literature of change and people being afraid that the change isn't going to happen and wanting that change to happen.
So the best book would be a comedy, vampire living in the future, solving cozy crimes.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking I ought to write a book about a crime-solving vampire. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, who deliberately solves crimes so that, and because they only want to drain the blood from evil people, and that's why they're solving crimes. I thought brilliant.
They give joy through the sucking process.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say this is not that kind of panel, Louise.
Yet it came out. Look at your subconscious.
No, let's not. Let's not.
If I can jump in real quick, books about evil and dystopia are always attractive because there is a catharsis in reading about a place that's worse than your own situation. And I think sometimes there's also a wish fulfillment where you're reading it and you're thinking to yourself, I could make it. I can survive there. I could do it. You know, I could be one of the noble survivors. But I think that's part of it too.
Yeah, I think that can be very appealing that you're along the ride with someone who's going to make it and you're like, that's what I would be like. But as far as like flashy villains, I did want to say that from the very first book I wrote, or the books I like to read, it's not a cardboard villain, not the mustache twirler. They think they're doing the right thing. In their head, they're doing things for a reason. So I like to really dig into the villains and understand them, and even maybe make a book about the villain and they're actually the protagonist. And it's all about perspective again.
Yeah, absolutely. The way to write a really good vision, in my perspective, is to remember that everybody is the hero of their own story. Everybody believes they're doing the right thing. So even, your most obvious, what you and I would consider big villains are actually, in their story, in their head, they're the hero, and the antagonist is the person that we see as the good guy, And if you're writing a book, if you can flip that on its head and think, how is the villain the good guy in his own narrative? Suddenly you end up with a really great three-dimensional character that is much more interesting than good versus evil.
I think going back to what we were just saying now about how different things appeal in different times, Lee Child sells books by the absolute truckload because his is a hero who has no attachments, who wanders around, who will always be cleverer and tougher than anything he encounters. And so you go into it, there's no suspense in the book. You know he's not going to kill off Jack Reacher at any point. Jack's just going to walk into town, beat the living crap out of a load of people and leave again at the end. But that's escapism, and that's reassurance, and that's people can think that's people's fantasy life is I can solve all my problems by belting something and then getting on a bus. And
I'm a mum. I probably could solve all two of my problems by belting something and getting on a bus, couldn't I?
Looks like we've got another question from the audience.
A lot of you touched upon how you enjoy character-driven stories, and that's really important to you. Who's been the most fun character you've ever written, and why?
And I suppose related to that, in terms of character-driven stories, would you say one big character who might be, like you mentioned, Jack Reacher, really sort of unworldly, or just the little guy who everyone can relate to? Which would you say is a more powerful character?
It's two very different questions, really. Can I have two of my characters that were my favorite to write? The talking cat from Raising Hell, loads of fun. I like a bit of dark humor. And in Cruel Castle, I write chapters from the perspective of a psychopath, and I had so much fun going there. Oh my goodness, so much fun. What about you guys? That one first, and then
Because my brain can't, as you can tell from what has just come out of my mouth, my brain can't cope with one question, let alone two. So my favorite character would have to be the mother in my book Sleepless, who's called Vivian. And she is an activist, and she's in her 60s, and she's incredibly vital and just says whatever comes out of her mouth, whether it annoys people or not. And she also has a brilliantly horrendous taste in scarves. She's got a vagina printed scarf, which she wears. She's very into feminism. And she was just an absolute joy, because she would kind of barge into the scenes and just light them up. And I mean, that's possibly without the scarf. That's definitely who I want to be when I reach my 60s.
Mhm.
If it's not Akak Macaque, I'm going to be so disappointed in you, Gareth.
It's not. The character I had the most fun was the Starship Trouble Dog in my Embers of War series, who is self-aware, and she's a battleship, but she's developed the one thing that you really don't want in a battleship, which is a conscience. So she's starting to feel really guilty for all the stuff she's blown up and all the people she's killed. And at the same time, she's very much, she's got a brain that's made from stem cells cloned from a dead soldier. But she's also got some canine DNA cut in there for loyalty and pack loyalty. So in a lot of ways, she's just like a teenager, but she's a teenager struggling to work out where she fits in the world. How come everyone else seems to know how the world works and she doesn't? She's that kind of part of us that is always struggling to grow up and be an adult. But at the same time, she's a 10,000-ton killing machine. So I'm putting that in the hands of an insecure teenager. It obviously leads to mayhem. I really enjoyed her, and she seems to have struck a spark in a lot of readers as well. But I often find that when I say what characters I most enjoyed writing, I'm always surprised, because people will come up and mention a character, like a secondary character or somebody I hadn't really thought of, and say that was their favorite character. And that's always very gratifying as well.
I write a detective series, the Rules series. I've done 11 novels. It's a first-person traditional detective novel, and since it was my first published novel, I have a keen affection and like in writing about him, with him. And it's just like visiting an old friend every time I start a new one.
My favorite I had the most fun with the snarky AI in my lit RPG series, and I feel like I almost have a multi-personality disorder, because like he would come out when I was writing, and my husband's like, "Here, do you want some breakfast?" I'm like, "Do you want some breakfast?" And he's like, "Why are you like freaking out?" I'm like, "I don't know. This guy's in my head. I'm sorry." Like, it was just really fun, and the readers always really like a bit of just the AI is going to say whatever they want, or just add a little comedic effect. And especially when he gets like trapped in a sword, and the guy has to like take care of all these ogres, and then he's like, "Oh, the ogre blood, gross," So I had a lot of fun with that for sure.
And what was the second part of the question?
It was about the sort of, in terms of appeal / in sort of effectiveness in writing a character. Would you say it's better to write a character that is more of a little guy, more of a sort of someone everyone could be, or more of a Jack Reacher who's all powerful, all knowing, or at the very least not just an everyday person? Which would you say is more effective to write?
That's a tough one, because at the end of the day, empirically, Jack Reacher, Lee Child is completely annihilating the competition. So that would indicate that that's what's needed. But honestly, I find that writing something like that is kind of reductive, and also boring for me. I like to write characters with nuance and complexity and grey areas. And also boring for the reader. If you always know they're going to win, how do you read the book with any real sense of tension? I suppose Jack Reacher does, Lee Child does it by making you care about peripheral characters who, he's quite happy to knock off. But I think giving your characters weaknesses makes them real and interesting. And if you don't give them weaknesses, no one really wants to read about Mr. Perfect living his perfect life, because there's nowhere for the character to go. You can't do a character arc. and things can't really go wrong for them. So, yeah, boy.
I think as well, if you look at Lord of the Rings or Star Wars, the story is told from the hobbits, who are the lowest of the low. Star Wars is told from the point of view of the droid. I think some of that goes back to Chinese cinema, where it's the squires who tell the story. And Sherlock Holmes as well is told by Dr. Watson. So you don't see the insides of these amazing people. You see them through an identifiable narrator who can lead you through the story and introduce you to these wild characters. So you don't have to kind of try and identify with Sherlock Holmes in the first person. Might be terrible, because I think he would be an absolutely awful storyteller, because he would assume you already knew everything. So having to explain it to Watson leads us through the story and gives us a way in. So from that point of view, I mentioned earlier the William Gibson book. Also the movie Alien, I think, to me, it's not about, you've got Star Trek, which is about Captain Kirk and all these incredibly competent people. Alien is just about some basically oil rig workers trying to get their contract finished so they can get paid, and then getting chopped up by a monster. And that kind of focusing on the grunts, I think, makes society feel a little more real around it than if we just focus on like the Imperial Palace or something.
And ostensibly the weakest character in that, because Ripley's a woman, so she really is at the bottom of that ladder.
Absolutely. And the reason I think Star Wars came out when I was 6 years old, I totally identified with Luke Skywalker, because I was a boy from a small village in the that felt like a million miles from anywhere, and I'd not seen that before. I'd seen Captain Kirk and loved him and whatever, but suddenly I got Luke Skywalker on a complete gut level. I thought, that's my dude. That's who I am. I want to get out of here. I feel special. I want to do stuff. And so from that point of view, I think those are the most important characters, the ones that show us ourselves.
And if I can, the characters just have to be three-dimensional, real, with faults and, desires. Nobody wants to read a perfectly bad or perfectly good person. However path you choose, character is what drives the story, and the character has to be memorable.
I would just add to that one character who is perhaps like massive and otherworldly, and also an every person as well, and that would be Buffy the Vampire Slayer. because she's the chosen one. So she has all of those powers, and yet what is possibly most interesting about her is seeing her navigate the every man, every woman stuff. So actually that is the perfect combination of the two. But what Joss Whedon in that series, let's not talk about other Joss Whedon projects, but in that series, what he was particularly good at was creating that group dynamic as well, showing how this chosen one works within this group of humans, and the love and the friendship shared amongst those.
But also the fact that, what he thought was funny, the whole joke about it is that it's the small, weak, blonde called Buffy.
Yeah, the name, wasn't it, particularly?
Who's a girl.
Yeah,
who
the chosen one would never be called Buffy.
Who's not a warrior. She's not what you expect. That was the whole joke of it. And I don't think he expected that to resonate the way it did with a whole generation of boys and girls, really. It's not just girls that like Buffy. My dad used to love Buffy, possibly for other reasons. But, it resonated because she was weak, and she had all these, she wasn't
And she
strong in every area.
She didn't really want her powers either. They were. She wanted to go on a date mostly in the first series. She just wanted to date and have a normal life, and she kept being attacked by vampires.
I was worried I'd have last year's hair.
Last year's hair.
This is part of Spider-Man's enduring appeal as well, in that a lot of it is about him navigating being a teenager, but feeling apart from that and having these powers he didn't have.
writing so many young adult novels early on and still now, that is the most popular arc, because you're starting with someone who's just discovering themselves, and maybe they're the shy girl at school, and a lot of these girls reading these books can relate to that because they're the ones in the library with the book. Maybe they don't have a lot of friends, and that was me growing up. And then maybe she is the chosen one, and finding that strength and that huge character arc, that you have this bottom point and you can go all the way up to like the savior of the world. That's a really fun story to be a part of.
And as a writer, you want readers to relate to your characters in order to ensure that they engage with your story. So, you want to write characters that people are going to see themselves in and therefore be able to relate to. If you write Superman in high school, it's not going to have that feeling of, oh my God, I'm in this book. This is me. These are the decisions I would make. This is, that feeling of gut engagement with a character. You need to make your characters weak and real because that's who your readers are.
Yeah, I suppose there's something to be said about even if it is a powerful character, it's about making them less powerful in some way. So it might even, if it takes a Superman, you mentioned Superman sort of, flaws are injected into his story from, I suppose, a perspective of he can't save everyone and he holds that against him. So it's about, even if they are all powerful, injecting some flaws to make them more relatable, is it?
Yeah, I mean, that's why they had to get rid of Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel in the Marvel universe. They had to send her off to fight evil elsewhere in the universe because she was just too perfect and too powerful. Yeah, exactly. I think they made a bit of a mistake there. They went too big too soon with her.
Hi. One thing about apocalypse fiction is that it puts people in situations they'd never be in any other, well, that they never expect to be in ever. What sort of apocalypses are best at showing virtue and character growth?
Yeah, I mean, any apocalypse where there are people who need looking after and saving. So, for instance, during a pandemic or so on, the converse is also true, because there are apocalypses that seem to bring out the worst in people. There seems to be a subset of zombie fans, not all of them, but some of them, who can't wait for the zombie apocalypse because they just want to shoot a load of people and get away with it. There does seem to be this like weird fascination with killing zombies that is just, I think, says some fairly disturbing things about people. But yeah, I think for bringing out caring and virtue anywhere where you can somehow alleviate or save the suffering of the people caught in the dystopia or in the apocalypse is probably. I'm racking my brains to think of one here.
The one that leaps to mind for me is Stephen King's The Stand. Because of course you have, after the apocalypse, you have the survivors very much split into the good guys and the bad guys, the good and the evil, the ones who are, and they all develop kind of mental powers and things, don't they? But it's about, once they've developed these powers, what do they do with them? So it's about enabling you to care about the people around you versus control them, I suppose.
Immediately, Gareth, you talking about zombies, it brought to mind, I think it was a BBC Two series or BBC Three called In the Flesh, which was about a zombie apocalypse, but it was after the zombie apocalypse and the zombies were being reintegrated into the community. They obviously didn't kill people. And that was a way of showing how does now society care for the monsters. They had been the monsters. They had probably, killed members of the community and they were being sent back in. And I thought that was a really interesting way of looking at it.
As one who watched the movie from many years ago called Threads, which takes place in Sheffield. There's not much fun or nobility in writing about nuclear war now. I think we just know too much. But aside from nuclear war, I think any type of apocalyptic fiction, whether it be a virus or a comet strike or something similar, there are areas to explore that show the nobility of people who are helping others. But I think you got to draw a line at nuclear war. There's, what's the nobility in seeing someone shoot somebody else for that?
Well, so I mean, where you really see human virtue is when a character encounters a situation where they can make a choice and there won't be any repercussions for that choice, whether it's a good choice or an evil choice. And so they have to use their own moral compass to say, what am I going to do in this situation? So that a lot of post-apocalyptic explores that, in that either the complete disruption of the police force or military, or just civilization, where we have rules established and there are repercussions if you break those rules. And we see it in New York, in America, where the police force was lowered and now there's intense crime, and it's a very scary place to be. And that's where humans are not using their own moral compass and their own moral nature, and just taking advantage of situations. So you can see that come to light when in the situation happening in the world right now. Well, what repercussion happens if I invade this country? Will there be one? And there's a certain kind of person that's gonna think selfishly or think of their own values. This is what I want the world to look like, and I'm going to do it at any cost. Or there's going to be another person that thinks outside of themselves, and I want the best for everyone, not just myself. And those are the situations that post-apocalyptic can bring about that really shows human virtue.
I love that, actually, the idea that the whole thing about post-apocalyptic world is that there are no repercussions for your actions, and who you are as when that situation comes. That's really good explanation of it, actually.
So I was sort of wondering about, like, as you develop characters, sort of how you change how they interact with the world, or like how you change the sort of way you go about world building. Because, as you develop a character, you sort of, I'm just wondering about what the interplay is between how the world might change and how a character might change in a story.
So, does character affect the world, or does the world affect the character? Is that kind of
sort of what I mean by the question? Like, to what extent?
How much do your characters shape their world, the world shape them?
In some ways, that's the oldest question in philosophy: is do we shape the world, or does the world shape us? In practical terms, as a writer, you build the story, you build the world, and you choose the character who best illustrates that story. So the one who is going to suffer the most, or the one who's going to have to change the most in order to solve it. If you have a character who, won't have to suffer or won't have to do anything to, just have to flip a switch to make the world better, it would be a very boring story. Or, so yeah, I think you have to choose your character carefully, and you have to choose the character that best illustrates what you're trying to say in the story. So to go back to Lord of the Rings, it was the Hobbit who was the smallest, who was the least powerful, who would have to be the bravest, because he had, he couldn't wield weapons, he couldn't, be big and tough, so he just had to be brave and rely on his innate courage to get him through where strength wouldn't.
Do you have anything else to add on that? Or
I can add on that. I would say when I'm building the story, I have the character already in mind, but I will be thinking, what's the worst thing that could happen? And often when you're processing a story, you're like, well, that would never happen, or that couldn't happen because they wouldn't survive it. And I'm like, well, let's back up a second. What if this did happen? How would they react to it? How would they deal with that? And that's where, like, in my 40 Days book, I pick the character Liam, who has panic attacks, and the book starts with you think the world's ending, but it's actually his impression of the world ending because he's having a panic attack. Nothing's actually happening in chapter 1. And when the world actually does end, in a sense, and then it's like, I can survive this. And so it's kind of like the world shaped him, and he also shaped the world because it's told through his eyes.
I just like to say, in all fiction, the character at the end of the book can't be the same character who started. It has to be changed. Lessons learned, painful things happen. So you have to look at your character and look at how he or she would respond to outside forces and how that would reveal the character or change the character. But the most important thing is your character can't be stuffed amber on page 1 and the end on page 300. He or she has to change, sometimes in a significant way.
So earlier there were some questions about what was fun to write about horrible apocalypses where terrible things happen, and two of you agreed that that's actually really fun to write. So I'm wondering, actually, it made me think, what's not fun for you to write, whether that relates to apocalypse or not? What are
Sex scenes, the worst.
what's hard to get onto a page?
Generally, the advice, isn't it, for writers is if you're finding this scene boring, move on. So I try to skip all the boring scenes. But again, despite my slip today, sex scenes, no. I mean, I'm just going to close the door and then, in the writerly sense, tiptoe away. Readers react very strongly to where dogs are hurt, pets in particular. If you are going to write about an apocalypse, just don't kill any of the pets. Your readers aren't going to like it. You're going to get a lot of emails. And it'll make your life easier if you just keep all the pets in a nice, safe place during the apocalypse. So yeah, don't do that. What do you like?
Very little I don't like writing. I love to write. No, apart from, we said sex scenes. Love it, love it. Gareth, come back to me. I like everything.
So do I. I mean, the worst day you have writing is better than the best day doing a proper job.
Yeah, absolutely.
I enjoy it all, really. I hate editing. I mean, not the first time I've been told that. Yeah, I hate editing, but writing is just fun. It's just you open your brain and just stuff tumbles out. Things I hate doing are real world things like tax returns and, you know.
So some things can be hard to write, not in an I don't enjoy it kind of way, but so for example, my last adult thriller, Girl on the Platform, I actually suffered from postnatal depression, and a big part of my story is an unreliable narrator who's suffering from postnatal depression, and some of those scenes where she's doing things because of her postnatal depression, I actually found very hard because I was kind of ripping them out of my own soul. Doesn't mean I didn't enjoy it in a different way, you know, but yeah, hard.
Yeah, if I can add to that, yeah, definitely some hard things to write. I did make a mistake with the post-apocalyptic. I didn't kill the dog. The dog was safe, but I didn't write the scene to really make sure the readers knew the dog was safe. So I got a lot of emails.
Really clear.
So now I'm in book 2. I'm like, here's the sequestered area and the bunker for all the pets.
Yeah.
So Patrick Ness in Chaos Walking kills the dog, doesn't he? And it's like, oh, my kids didn't realise, and it was coming up, and I was like, oh god, the dog's going to die. And my kids can have, you know, we could all die in a horrible bloody mess. And I was like, I've got to get Riley out of the room before the dog dies, otherwise there's going to be. And sure enough, the dog died, and my son was not a happy boy at all.
Oh,
don't kill the dog.
Yeah, I wrote Resurrection Day, which involved tens of millions of people being killed, nuclear exchange in World War III. Didn't get to keep, but stay away from hurting cats.
I think writing, I wrote a character that had PTSD, and that was hard because I have PTSD from a traumatic birth 2 years ago with my daughter. Her and I both almost died, and 36-hour labor was really, really scary. I was in physical therapy for 2 years. I just finally stopped it after a surgery. But man, like writing that, like you said, like pulling those very powerful feelings out and putting them into a character. I feel like I'm doing a service to people who read that and have been through those situations and need to express that or see that you can survive. And this character survived. I survived, and that was hard, but I made myself do it for that reason. Like, this is gonna help somebody.
That kind of can be hard because you're kind of drawing stuff. I mean, in order to write authentically, you have to draw those feelings out from yourself. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's not enjoyable in the way that maybe therapy is enjoyable, because there is a catharsis, and you are pulling stuff from inside yourself and slapping it down on the page, and that in itself is very kind of that. I think a lot of that is what art is at the end of the day. It's getting that human experience out and making something with it.
A lot of art is opening scars. If you do it well. One of my first books, I'd written very realistically. This character, I thought, basically it was based on my mum, and my editor was like, "No mother would act like this." To differ, but okay. So I had to strongly edit it. But yeah, it's bleeding your own scars all over the page sometimes, which can still be fun.
There's a scarcity of fiction in which everybody dies and stays dead. How many of the happy endings, the arrival of the benevolent aliens, it was all a dream, the door opens out from the simulation into the real world, how many of those happy endings are bred from the writer's desire to save their beloved characters, to not have the worst happen to them?
Funnily enough, my book Savage Island is a teen horror, and everybody dies at the end because it's a teen horror. Everybody dies. And then my publisher came back and went, "We want a sequel." And I was like, "But everybody's dead." And I had to proceed to resurrect a whole bunch of these characters and find a way to make them live. And I was like, "Surprise, they didn't die after all." So yeah, there is a bit of an element of business there, definitely.
Well, yes, actually, I had this is very hard to say now without giving the book away. But so for Sleepless, I had one ending, which wasn't everybody died, but it was a very bleak ending. And then I started editing it during the lockdown, during the pandemic. And that very much, the changing of that ending came from me, because I didn't want to, at that point, put out something that was so bleak when everything was so bleak around it. So that very much came from me. If you're talking about kind of, again, I'm going to go back to Buffy because I love it. Season 5, she jumps into the void, doesn't she? Yeah. She ends it for herself. And then, of course, because it was picked up by a different television channel, she had to be resurrected for season 6. So there are stories where things are ended. Often, a bit like your editor saying, "Is there a sequel?" It's often something from outside saying, "Can we have some more of this story?" It takes a very strong-willed writer to kill all of their characters, and I guess they stay dead because they do become a bit like family, in a weird, dysfunctional kind of family.
I can feel the spectre of George R.R. Martin. Actually, yes, I was watching. My youngest is a bit of a digression, but it's semi-relevant. My youngest is a big fan of Grey's Anatomy, and on Grey's Anatomy, there's a character called George who is put your fingers in your ears if you don't want any spoilers, who is the comedy relief, basically. And then 5 or 6 seasons in, for no apparent reason, he gets hit by a bus, dragged 20 city blocks till he's completely disfigured that they can't even recognize him. And then he comes into the hospital and he's trying to tell them who he is. And then he dies. And I thought, bloody hell. Even George R.R. Martin would say that was a bit harsh. I mean, it was not a character who deserved a horrific death in any way. But
That character knows the script writers.
I think he probably asked for some more money. Yeah.
Dragging you across country.
I like killing characters, having them stay dead.
I suppose you touched a bit on, well, Buffy being picked up by another television channel. So in terms of, I guess, loss of control over an IP, say if you were to, I don't know, have another author somehow take control of your story, take it a different route, how would you feel about someone else picking up a story, say, after you finished it?
It depends. Are they making more money off it than I did?
Say, aside from the obviously financial considerations, say, for example, you, through, I don't know, looking at, say, some of Terry Pratchett's work being finished after he passed away, where he's obviously losing part control of the story. It just, I mean, more the moral idea of death of an author in terms of losing control of the series.
I mean, there's two things here. I mean, a lot of authors pass on. So Anne McCaffrey's passed on Pern to Todd. All of them have, oh, yes. But passed on in the sense of passing the baton. So, you know, some people do train up, essentially, their successor. If yeah, exactly. The other aspect of that is fan fiction. I mean, for example, 50 Shades of Grey was Twilight fan fiction, and that's an example of when. I assume 50 Shades of Grey. I assume she earned more money. I don't know. Did you think she earned more money from it than Twilight? But fan fiction for me, great, marvelous, fanfic away. You know, if a reader has loved my work enough that they want to live in that world more and write more stories in that world, send it to me. I want to read it. You know, I think that's brilliant. I love that as a writer. I think that's absolutely fabulous.
I've been advised legally not to read fan fiction.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting. No, don't send me a fan fiction.
Just in case you want to write more stories and you accidentally. Yeah.
Nice, yeah. There's some more questions up there.
Yes, this is not a question for Louise or Bernie, since you each have a book coming out soon. It's listed here, the Safe House and Little Rumours. This one is for Gareth and for Brendan, who I assume is in New York somewhere, and AJ in Detroit. Have you got a new book or a sequel to one you've done already coming out soon? Roughly when, and what will it be called? Useful to know. It might not be published over here, of course, other than Garrett, but nice to know. Thank you.
What's the date today?
Well, I'll start. I'm in New Hampshire, where the men and the sheep are nervous. And I have a new book coming out this fall, co-authored with James Patterson. It's called Blowback, and it will be printed in the UK. And it's coming out in September of this year. Thank you.
I've got 5 books out this year. My new novel from Titan Books, Stars and Bones, came out 4 days ago on Monday. Later in the year, Flats are releasing a big hardback edition of my How to Write book called Crowd Writing, stunning original title. And then in the summer, there's going to be a deluxe hardback collector's edition of illustrated hardbacks by Anderson Water that give in these slim cases. So, it's a Croatian artist whose name I cannot remember. It's going to be lovely. There's the details.
AJ?
Yeah, I think his mic went out. I wasn't sure if he was finished. Yeah, I won't say how many books I have coming out this year because y'all might really worry for my health. But I have the sequel to my post-apocalyptic one coming out in April. So it's called 40 Weeks. AJ Flowers writing is Ava Storm, and that is coming out. I'm really excited. Yeah, lots of other books coming out on my pen names. You can find me on Amazon. It's coming out in the UK. It's coming out everywhere. Yeah.
Great. And unless there are any other questions, oh, one more.
Hi, I was really interested, Gareth, in how you said how some people really like a particular type of zombie thriller because they like the idea of shooting lots of people, and how you said how you were each impacted by different books. Are any of you ever concerned that your books might make someone a worse person? Are you ever optimistic that they might make someone a better person? How do you think you'll impact?
Is that coming through the speakers or is it the microphone?
It's flashing red.
Did you hear that on the other end? Just okay, I'll pass this microphone along.
Oh, the dad joke.
What was I saying? Yes. I did think about this because I wrote a trilogy of books about a monkey who basically likes shooting stuff and biting people. And
yet not his favourite character to write.
he was really annoying to write because he would, every time you thought of an interesting situation, he'd just bite someone in the face and ruin it. But the last book came out, no, it's not the last book, the Japanese translation came out, which was an illustration of him standing on a rooftop in Paris with the Eiffel Tower behind him and a big gun, the same week as the terrorist attacks in Paris. And that was, for me, that was a kind of a bit of a wake-up call. I was like, oh, shit. Am I glamorizing this kind of stuff? Is what I'm writing somehow, could it be taken in a way that glamorizes violence? And that was something I very much took on board when I was writing my next book. And in a lot of ways, the Embers of War trilogy is a book about the consequences of violence and the consequences of war because of that. So, yeah, that is a concern, definitely.
No.
I am now, considering it. I'm hoping no.
Honestly, I mean, I was talking earlier about dystopia and why we write dystopia. I would like to think that my books make people think and act for the better rather than the worse. Yeah, and like Gareth says, you know, when you write a bad guy, usually there's a comeuppance, especially in my young adult literature. You know, bad guys get their comeuppances, so it's not like a model of how you should behave. It's very much a model of how you shouldn't. And there are a few, like in Cruel Castle, some of my point of view characters are psychopaths. But, you know, there's one of them who, I mean, he learns and, you know, he gets to not die at the end as a result. You know, I don't really see, I mean, as a young adult author, there are certain things you can't do. You can't have swearing in your book. You don't really, they don't want you to have right sex in your book because there's a risk that teenagers will read your book and then go out and start swearing and bonking each other. But they don't worry about the violence. You know, ask any, you know, read any YA novel. You know, the violence can be off the charts. The publishers are not concerned about teenagers reading my novel and then immediately going out and chopping each other up because they don't.
And it's
you know.
interesting that novels don't have age ratings like films do. I've always found that, especially for, you know, why is there such this kind of age rating fury around films, and then and I think books tap into your mind much more directly than watching a film. You're imagining that it's your imagination, isn't it, for a book?
There was a suggestion of bringing in age ratings for books a few years ago, which was met with quite a bad reception.
Yeah. Well, ratings in particular, part of it.
The only characters I think that have ever negatively influenced people that I know. Recently, actually, one of the friends of mine was talking to me about the fact her daughter's behaviour has really deteriorated, and she was very much emulating Mean Girls.
Oh, I was going to say Peppa Pig.
older daughter, teenage daughter, and she was emulating Mean Girls, finding that very cool, a very cool sort of behaviour. But yeah, those kind of characters in my books meet sticky ends.
But also Peppa Pig, watch out. Bad influence.
What about you guys?
And what about you two, AJ and Brendan?
Yeah, I think each book will have an intended market, but it's absolutely possible that an unintended market will be reading that book. So I would be very concerned if a young adult was reading one of my like darker books, even the post-apocalyptic, that's intended for an older audience, because you have different times in your life where you learn different morals, different skills. Like my 2-year-old, I see her learning just the concept of how to share and caring about others than just yourself. And she's not ready for a lot of things in the world yet. So yeah, it's definitely a concern. And that's where I hope that good parenting comes in, and they try to screen what the children are reading, and that also authors make an effort to put what the intended audience is on their blurb, so that it's easier for parents to see, okay, this is who it's intended for. As far as a dark book making someone darker, I think that's a very controversial topic. As I've mentioned, I love video games. I grew up playing video games. A lot of them are very, very violent. And even the cartoons I watched as a young child are extremely violent. I mean, you have anvils dropping on them and they're squished to little pieces. I mean, but I mean, do we have a bunch of psychopaths now dropping anvils on people? I don't think so. So, you know, it's definitely yeah, some people do maybe. It's definitely a controversy. So the intended effect of writing darkness is how to survive it, and that our bad guys do have consequences, and that's the intention of it. The reality, I hope it's all good.
I'll emphasize that. I just hope it's all good. I just write to entertain, and if there's a message hidden there somewhere, I didn't put it.
One of the things you do have to be very careful about, especially if you're a young adult writer, is writing about things like self-harm, eating disorders, body dysmorphia, anorexia, and gender dysmorphia. They're things that can genuinely affect people for the positive or negative, and you have to be extremely aware and very careful about what you write.
I hate to do this, but I got to run.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you for coming to this, and if everyone could join me in a round of applause.
Great panel. Thanks to everyone. Hope things are great over there in London.
Thank you
for joining
so
us, Brendan, AJ. Been great having you.
So we're going to take like a quick 5 break, and then if you want to be part of the quiz, meet back here. So maybe use those 5-10 minutes to pick a couple of people to be in a quiz team with that you think know a lot about general knowledge, apocalypse, all sorts of facts. Okay. Where we're going to work out. I need to run to Lou, so can you like start setting it up?
I need to run to Lou as well. I need to run. Let's do it.
You guys all right?
All good? Oh, you need this now.
So, have we done all the scoring for this, and have we like stopped scoring for it? I might take that out at the end. I might say that we Is anyone missing a pen? Can you raise your hand if you're missing a pen and need a pen? Anyone? No one's raising their hands. We have these spare pens that people donated, but no one's going to take them, so I guess I'll just leave them here. Okay. Next, this is the scavenger hunt. Let's do it afterwards. Two pages per team. Can one person from each team raise their hand so we can see? It's teams, yes. Maximum of 5 people in the team, please. So try and spread out so that the teams are separate. We want to keep it fair. Here's your 2 pieces of paper. So yeah, are you guys all one team? Because that's quite big. Okay, maybe try and spread out a bit. Do you want to? Yeah. Again, if you haven't received paper for your team, stick your hand up. 1 person per team, so it's clear. Do you guys need some paper for your team? You've got paper. Okay, cool. So has everyone got paper and pen for their teams? And if everyone could agree on a team name and write it at the top of their piece of paper for their team. And make it really funny, because I might make you read it out. Pardon? There are about 50 questions. Okay, I'm going to assume people have decided their team names because you've had a sec. And we're going to start. So we've got different rounds, and there's a variable number of questions in each round. So yeah, it's just to keep track of kind of the answers on your pad. So if you write down the answers in your teams, try and make it good handwriting, because then for the marking, you're going to swap teams. So the first round, not what you expected to see in sci-fi and fantasy. It's sport, everyone's favorite topic. So question 1, name 2 British and Irish league Quidditch teams. I think that's what it was implied as, but I'm going to say 2 total, British or Irish. A team that can be British or Irish. Otherwise, it's really hard. Oh yeah, people joining online. Okay, that's question 1. Question 2. How long was the longest game of Quidditch? They're not all about Quidditch, don't worry. If your Harry Potter knowledge is lacking, we will be covering a variety of different topics. Hi, Bill. Is that a fish? No, he's got a fish. Don't make him go down there. He'll smell everyone. Isn't it not the fish? Okay. There is no reason why Phil has fish. Fish battle what? Not happening. Totally not. Okay. We're not doing anything with fish or fighting later. Don't come along because it's not happening. Question 3. I hope everyone's keeping track. In the Hunger Games, what training score in the first Hunger Games, just to clarify, is Peter given? What are you doing over here? Are you not joining your team? That's so grim. Oh, it's really squishy. Why is it squishy? Why are fish squishy?
It's not very alive.
Okay. Question 4. Can you name 3 of the house robots in Robot Wars? The program Miranda wishes she was on, but she never got invited. Because she's not a robot. She's a Dalek. I'm just repeating what you say. We should put this on the side and we should hang this from the ceiling.
Okay.
I feel like it would add really well to the vibe. I think Matt wants to keep that. Question 5, I think we're on. These aren't numbered. Which 2 minifigures who raced pod racers came in the Pod Racer Bucket Lego set? Very specific. I didn't write these questions. If you have a complaint, please take it up with Tom. Or just, name 2 minifigures that may have been pod racers and you may got one right. And we'll be quite lenient on the marking. If you get like 1 out of 2, you get half a mark. We're nice like that. Question 6. In the Star Trek episode Conundrum, who beats Data at chess? Disclaimer, I've never watched Star Trek, so I have no idea what the answer to this one is. Okay, I'm going to move on to question 7, so I hope you've got something for that. Question 7, in Futurama, who is the worst ever Blurmsball player? These are really specific, but I don't. Question 6 was in the Star Trek episode Conundrum, who beats Data at chess? We're currently on question 7. This is question 7, yes. Okay, we're going to move on to question 8. In Blood Bowl, don't know if anyone see that. I don't even know what that is. Who was the Rakeland Reavers star player? These questions are purposely hard to weed out the nerds from the fake nerds. We're not gay peeping. Yeah, we may have cut those. I feel like that's a really objective question to say like what's the best quote that all the best. I might skip over that. Just it's sort of like which is the best quote, and then people can put quotes, but the answers are all the best. Like I feel like that's a trick question.
Yeah.
Okay, and the last question in the sports round, you'll be pleased to hear. In Doctor Who, what sport does Rose Tyler win a bronze medal in when aged 7? This was question 11. 9, my bad, 9. Slide 11, question 9. So that is a sports round. Does anyone want any of the questions repeated, or can we move on to next round? The which one? Okay. So the next question is sci-fi. Slightly more expected from Sci-Fi and Fantasy Society. First question from Futurama. Which real politician becomes president of Earth?
Have you seen Futurama?
I have not. I have no idea what happens. There's a lot of yeah, there's a lot of ones from very So I'm gonna say we skip over this one. Okay. So I'll just zoom over it real quick. Question 2 of this round is, what is the problem with the professor's time machine? That's the only context on here. I'm assuming, is it someone who's watched Futurama? Is this still about Futurama? This is still about Futurama, y'all. Yeah, I know, but there are Doctor Who is a better sci-fi series. I'm just playing it out here. More people will have watched it. Not to judge Chop's questions, but I'm totally judging Chop's questions. I don't know if I want to read this. This question is also from Futurama. I'm sure it makes sense in context. What can you do to Bender's shiny metal ass? Please try and keep answers clean. Unless you're aiming for the ruining Becca's innocence point of the scavenger hunt. Okay, next one I'm going to skip because. Yeah, so what question number are we on? We're on question 2. So that one. So then the next one will be question 4. Okay, question 4. Which Star Trek captain has an artificial heart? Phil, I can categorically tell you that what you just said is incorrect. I think it's from you and actually somebody. I didn't actually hit So, question 6. 5. No, 6. 5. Question 5. In which Star Trek episode does the crew find themselves in the time of Robin Hood? Not to be confused with the Doctor Who episode where they find themselves in the time of Robin Hood. There's no story. Yes, unless I'm judging.
Yeah, there's
Oh, there's a problem. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I would have known all this. Yeah, no, I would have known all this. Okay, what's the next question? Question 6. In series 1 of Red Dwarf, in Captain Hollister's private files, what did he say Rimmer's promotional prospects were? What number are we on? 7?
Yeah.
I might skip the bonus question. It's 7.5.
Yeah. I don't think I've put
I
it
know,
in here.
I mean, it's a Doctor Who one, but still.
I don't think I've put it in.
Question 7. Complete this quote from Red Dwarf. Lister, is that a cigarette you're smoking? No, it's a... No, it's a Picocon 39 t-shirt, now available from the shop. Shameless plug. That is not the correct answer, just to clarify. Okay, question 8. This is the last question on Red Dwarf. In the episode Justice, where is Rimmer imprisoned? The answer is clearly right. I like saying and I bet it's not even any of the answers to the questions, so I can't say it. It's sad. So this is now open. Question 9 for our sci-fi round. In the 11th Doctor's first episode, what food does he initially ask Amelia for after crashing? Tom can't run a team, that's cheating.
That's 6 people.
And also he knows the answers.
Oh yeah. Forgot about that.
Tom, you can't join a team, that's cheating. You know the answers. Good, good. Just checking, just checking. Sus.
He's just telling us 4 seconds.
Okay, question number 10. 9, wait. 10. We can count. Here on Sci-Fi and Fantasy, we know how to count. What is the most invaded planet in the galaxy in Doctor Who? Again, this is the Doctor Who section of the sci-fi section. We have subsections to our sections. Okay. Question 11. There are multiple answers to this. Just get one right answer and you get the point. Who plays the Doctor in The Curse of Fatal Death? Specifically pay off the architect for the trap. And the Doctor's like, well, I anticipated you, so I'm going to be having time to pay the architect for the trap over there. And also, like the first iteration of the Doctor, and then he regenerates like 5 times. Okay, question 12. What is the most massively useful object a hitchhiker can have? This is, of course, a question relating to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And also real life, yes. Good point. No, but like we'll take it if there's food going. I won't say no to free food. Question number 13. What is Finn's stormtrooper number? That's from the sequels. For those of you that may be unaware of the sequels, Living a Blissful Existence. The Star Wars sequels. I don't know.
That should be pretty
Yeah. I just ran out. I'm gonna walk.
Did you know this?
I didn't know this. They say it enough times that it's just in my head. Okay. And question 14. If you had the same like Star Wars encyclopedia that I had, you may know this. What's the name of the female member of the Jedi Council of the same species as Yoda? Unknown. Like it officially says on like the cards, it's like unknown. Yeah. pretty sure. They may extrapolate on it in the comics. I don't know. I haven't read the comics. Okay, question 15. This character's been well, on Reddit at least a lot recently. What is the name of Jabba the Hutt's piano player? So that is the end of the sci-fi round. Are there any questions for clarification? Do you want me to repeat any of the questions? 19. We only have 15.
Yeah, oh, 19 in total.
Okay.
9. So, yeah.
I've been counting since the beginning.
Which question was that?
Question reader.
This one. The most invaded planet in the galaxy in Doctor Who. Okay. So, going on from sci-fi, some of you may be able to guess the name of the next round. It's the second part of our society title. It's fantasy. Woo! We did a Lord of the Rings marathon. It counts. So, question Ron. Who slays the Balrog Gothmog in the Fall of Gondolin? This is just like a painful reminder that I need to finish reading the Silmarillion. Only in Elvish script. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Question 2 of the fantasy round. What do the initials UU stand for in the Discworld series by Terry Pratchett? People who are still debating question 1. What does the initials UU stand for in the Discworld series by Terry Pratchett? Ooh. That's not how it's pronounced. Do we have someone running the desk? I'm just a representative. I guess Tom could. Is Tom up there? I guess Tom is. Okay, question 3. What was Terry Pratchett's very first novel? I know so much about it. Should we not do the bench points? Because we've also got so much to do that. I think I would just name 5 Yeah, I can do Okay, question 4. Complete the quote from Lords and Ladies, which is a Discworld novel. In the beginning, there was. The answer is not right. Okay. Question 5. In the Fellowship of the Rings, how many rings were there for the Dwarf Lords in their halls of stone? Okay. Question 6. It's from the Wheel of Time. What did Aram gift to, I don't even know how to say that name, Egwene? I haven't watched Wheel of Time yet. When she was camping, why do you do this to me? When she was camping with the Tuathan. Please don't throw tomatoes at me. I'm probably butchering these fancy names. Okay, question 7. Game of Thrones. What is the main religion of the Seven Kingdoms? It is a prize, by the way. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but just in case your competitive spirit needs a boost, there is one. And finally, in the fancy round, question 8. Name 5 of Thorin's company in The Hobbit that aren't Thorin. Just like pick a random name, try and rhyme stuff with it, and hopefully you'll get one right. Okay, that is the end of the fantasy round. Does anyone have any questions that they wish to have clarified? The anime round is not coming up. Go to Anime Sock. And also take it up with Tom, he wrote the quiz. I am very concerned about what kind of insanity has taken over the right side of the room. I guess Phil is there and that's the cause. Okay, with no questions on the fancy round, we're going to move over to our last round, which bears, of course, no resemblance at all to Picocon this year. Not even sure where this round came from. The last round is on Apocalypse. So, what is the name of the angel, the main cast of Supernatural? Nice, easy one to start people off. I haven't even watched Supernatural and I know this one. Unless I don't. I assume I do.
Yeah, me too.
Because there were like multiple things. Question 2. In Good Omens lore, why was the M25 built? There are kind of several ways you could explain this, but anything that roughly gets it right, like, we'll allow. Clearly, Phil has got the right answer over there. It was built to relieve congestion through central London. Hey, -5 points. No, I'm kidding. Okay, question 3. In Good Omens, again, who wrote the nice and accurate prophecies? And these aren't like super hard in-depth questions that you need to read the book for. Why are there people at the back? What are they doing? How do we get rid of them? Question 4. Our last Good Omens question, which is a shame for me because I actually understand these questions. How do Crowley and Aziraphale avoid being decorporated after the apocalypse is prevented. So, slight spoiler alert. If you haven't watched Good Omens or read it and you intend to read or watch it, ignore this question. Question 5. In 1984, which superstate is Airship One in? There should be more Marvel questions. There won't be more Marvel questions. I'm kind of judging Tom for that. Is Tom in the room? Can I judge him in person? Okay. Question 6. What does Negan call his baseball bat in The Walking Dead? Okay, question 7. What is the name of the corporation that created the replicants in Blade Runner? I did read it off there like quite but I do know that. It's annoying me that he like Blade Runner is I should have looked up. Another Blade Runner question for question 8. According to the director Ridley Scott, is Deckard a replicant? It's kind of a controversial point, but according to him, is he? Makes the whole film look so because otherwise there's just too random nonsense. Question 9. What is Neo's real name in The Matrix? Could any of us be bothered to learn it? I honestly forgot that his name was because he was I mean, I still can't remember. Interesting. Question 10. What happens if you take the red pill according to Morpheus from The Matrix? You were instantly transported to Picocon, hosted by Sci-Fi and Fantasy Society. And what's the question now? Question 11. What is the general clairvoyance called in the Minority Report? I can't remember this. I've seen the film.
I don't understand the question.
I guess the general. I don't know. Okay, question 12. This is slightly longer round because obviously it fits the theme of the Picocon. Who is the main antagonist of Mad Max Fury Road? It's clearly Nick Fury. Next question. Question 13. Same film.
Is it the same thing?
Oh no, it's not the same film. Wait, did we just miss one?
No, I think you went. I didn't.
Oh, okay. Question 13, different film. Name 3 Zombieland rules to survive the apocalypse. I can remember like 2. There's double tap and there's no bathroom. Okay. Slightly out of order here. Question 16.
Should be 14.
14, question 14. Sorry, we still can't count. In Shaun of the Dead, where should we go and wait for this to all blow over? Essex is correct. No, it's not. We only have the per round numbers. If you're numbering the entire quiz, that's your own fault. You've just created more maths for yourself. You would have thought doing an imperial degree was enough, but apparently not. Okay, then should we end there? Because that's a lot of questions. No, that was not the answers. That was all the spare questions, but there was an awful lot of them, and we're already over time. So I think we're going to end it there because, I mean, sure, there's a ton of extra questions. Yeah, true. We'll keep on to those in case we need them as a tiebreaker, or I'll make up my own tiebreaker. Nah. Power. Okay, pick a team near you and swap your answer sheet with theirs. Swippity swappity. Ipsy hoppity. I kind of want to see who's done the best on the scavenger hunt now, or maybe later. I'm going to add them up at some point, but I don't think there's a prize. We need to do that. At the same time, they potentially have 500, but we don't know if it's counting or not, because they said, like, they're not sure if they want it to count. Because it was the one ring, but they just kind of showed their engagement ring, and then they decided to buy it. And I was like, okay, fine. Then at the same time, I'm sure. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of this. Can you flip to the answers? Has everyone swapped paper and have someone else's paper and is currently looking at their answers going, why didn't I put that? Oh, of course that's the answer. No? Okay. Well, have you... No, no. You are being judged. Okay, so going back to the very beginning, it's a very good place to start. Can I get 3 points for reference understood? No, no one understood it? Never mind. It's Sound of Music. So can we quieten down so we can all hear in case people need answers read out? Name 2 British and Irish League Quidditch teams. So it can be British or Irish League, 2 in total. I'm gonna read out a ton, and if yours isn't on that list, then I don't think it counts. Or in fact, no, let's do this a better way. You need to yell out what the team whose answers you've got put, and I'll tell you if it's right or not. Both of those are correct. 1 point. Nope. That's shame. Nope. I don't think either of those are on our list. Yes, those are both correct, as before. How long was the longest game of Quidditch? Anyone got an idea that they think might be correct? You wrote the quiz. By the way, if you have any complaints about the quiz, my complaint is that there's no Marvel questions. The Marvel Cinematic Universe of 20 films, you just forgot about it, you know. It's not that important. Highest grossing films in the world. Not that important. Yeah, the answer for this, by the way, is 3 months. And you thought sports was bad. Imagine doing it for 3 months straight. Okay, anyone got an idea for this one? What training school was Peter given in the Hunger Games? No, no one. It's an 8. And again, we'll go around and see what people have put in for the 3 house robots of Robot Wars.
There is from the top. Do we want to do the readout, or do I want to show off? Show off.
Up to you. Show off.
Okay, go. So, Shunt, Matilda, Sergeant Bash, Dead Metal, Sir Kill-A-Lot. The Sentinel is a very obscure one from Series 2.
There we go.
Mr. Psycho, Growler, and Cassius Crow. And Refbot, technically.
Congratulations. If you put any of those, you are right. Are there any that people put that aren't on that list that they think might be valid answers? No? Cool. And next we have the minifigure question. Anyone got an idea for which 2 minifigures came in the Pod Racer Bucket Lego set? It is not, surprisingly. That's what I thought, to be fair. If you put Anakin, you can have half a point because that is one of the 2 Mego figures. The other is Aldebedo. Because, you know, they can't put 2, like, high-value, recognizable character minifigures in the same set. You've got to get Sebulba's Pod Racer for the Sebulba minifigure. In the Star Trek episode Conundrum, who beats Data at chess? Any ideas? Any Trekkies here? It's Dana Troy. And in Futurama, this was the quiz for you if you like Futurama. I think Tom likes Futurama. Who is the worst ever Bloonsball player? Yes, that is correct. In Blood Bowl, who was Rakeland Rivers? Rakeland Rivers, thank you. Star player. Any ideas? It's Griff Oberwald, apparently. Inspiring your growth of trivia knowledge. You'll know next time. And in Doctor Who, what sport does Rose Tyler win a bronze medal in when age 7? Yes, it was gymnastics. Okay, Futurama again. Which real politician becomes president of Earth? Nixon is correct. And what is the problem with the professor's time machine? That is also correct. It only goes forwards. Any ideas for this one? Thank you. Someone got the reference. I was really hoping so, because otherwise that would have been a really weird moment. And I would have lost 20 points to my team for an awkward moment. Bite it is the correct answer. Which Star Trek captain has an artificial heart? Picard. Yes, that is correct. And which Star Trek episode does the crew find themselves in the time of Robin Hood? Is that how that's pronounced? I was going to call it Cupid, so it's a good thing you answered. Cupid. So, what did, in season 1 of Red Dwarf, in Captain Hollister's Spider Files, what did he say Rimmer's promotional prospects were? I'll let you have that, because apparently it's comical, but I think, yes, you can have a point for that. Complete this quote. Is that a cigarette you're smoking? No, it is a chicken. I'm not sure how that's possible, but you know, don't do drugs, kids, just do chicken. Half a point. In the episode Justice, where is Rimmer imprisoned? No, the answer is not prison. The answer is the Justice Zone. Apparently. Don't look at me, I haven't seen Red Dwarf. Hey, in the 11th Doctor's first episode, he asks Amelia for a lot of food, but what is the first thing he tries before deciding it's disgusting? Yes, I heard someone say it over there. It's an apple. An apple. He eventually lands on fish fingers and custard. By the way, if anyone is curious about trying fish fingers and custard, I've tried it. It's surprisingly nice. But fun fact, apparently in that episode, Matt Smith was not actually eating fish fingers and custard. He was eating like a cake that was made to look like it was fish fingers. So I feel kind of betrayed, personally. What is the most invaded planet in the galaxy in Doctor Who? It is the one with the rat people, but does anyone know what it's called? Nope. It's Tivoli. This be referenced in the, I can't remember the name of the episode, but it's the one in the creepy hotel, and they have one of the people who says that, yeah, his planet is invaded every few years.
And then every time there's a deep breath, so we can
Yes.
really burning this team.
Okay, what is the most, oh no, first, almost skip one. Who plays the Doctor in The Curse of Fatal Death? There are multiple right answers, so just shout them out and we will tell you. Rowan Atkinson, the most obvious one. We're just checking IMDb. Jim Broadbent is correct as well. Any other answers? 1 second. Yes, I believe so. Joanna Lumley. Yep, that is correct. Any other answers? No? Matt Smith is not right. Curse of Fatal Death, for those who don't know, would recommend watching it. I think it's on YouTube. It's the comic relief episode. So the Doctor is played by multiple people, including Rowan Atkinson, and it's very funny. The full list is Rowan Atkinson, Richard E. Grant, Jim Broadbent, Hugh Grant, Joanna Lumley. I think those are all the people that play the Doctor, yeah. What's the most massively useful object a hitchhiker can have? A towel, yes. Wonderful. Anyone know Finn's stormtrooper number? No. No. I actually knew this one, just not to brag, but it's like the one question of the quiz that I knew. It's like the one question I knew, so I was like, I feel like I need to show I have some sci-fi knowledge. I'm on this committee for a reason. No one else wanted to be. It's FN2187. Yes. And does anyone know the name of the female member of the Jedi Council that is the same species as Yoda? It's not Miss Piggy. Anyone have any ideas? I'm going to assume not. The answer is Yaddle. Yaddle. Yep. And what is the name of Jabba the Hutt's piano player who recently, you may have seen his name pop up a lot on the internet because people were worried that he died in the Book of Boba Fett. Apparently he's fine. Max Rebo is correct. If you just put Max or you just put Rebo, you can get half a point. Probably not. Okay. Next, we have our fantasy round. Who slays? Does anyone want to have a go at this question? Who slays the Balrog Gothmog in the Fall of Gondolin? It's not Celebrion. It's not Tom Bombadil. That's a throwback. It's not Glorfindel. It's not Gilgalash. Or was it whoever you just said? It wasn't Treebeard. No, and no, and also no. Okay, I'll put you all out of your apparent misery. It's Ecthelion, apparently. Okay, what do the initials UU, aka the place we all kind of want to go instead of Imperial, stand for in the Discworld series by Terry Pratchett? Correct. It's the Unseen University. Yes. And half a point for Unseen, coincidentally. What was Terry Pratchett's first novel? No, that was the first Discworld novel. No, it was not. No. No. No, that was his first Discworld novel. It was The Carpet People, apparently. I've not heard of it. And from Lords of Ladies, anyone have the end of this quote? In the beginning, there was.
A turtle.
Well, yes, but actually no. Yes, in Discworld, but no, that's not the quote. The quote is, nothing which exploded. Okay. In the Fellowship of the Ring, how many rings were there for the Dwarf Lords in their Hall of Stone? 7, yes. Yeah, the bonus point would be 1 point. I didn't read it out because. Pardon? Yes, 1 point. If you put.
And how much of the ring inscription is actually needed?
I think for this bonus point, I was assuming the entire thing because it mentions the Dwarf Lords, so you'd have to start with the 9 for the just the bit at the end. Okay, apparently it's just the ring inscription bit at the end, which is the same bit that I made some people recall earlier. So if you've got 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all in the darkness, bind them, then you can have a bonus point.
That was only inscribed in the one. Why? What a ring? Why
Yeah.
did Stella Grimble inscribe that on the ring?
So that's the bonus point. The Wheel of Time, does anyone know? You know what, don't make me read this question again. I can't pronounce any of these names. What's the answer? Does anyone know? That is correct. No, it's not. It's apparently a string of blue beads. That was question 6 of round 2. Round 3, rather. Question 7. Any Game of Thrones fans here? I don't know what Game of Thrones fans call themselves apart from disappointed with the final season. It was, the Faith of the Seven is the answer. Faith of the Seven. If you said something that was like half of that, give them half a point. And name 5 of Thorin's company that aren't Thorin. Anyone got any that they want to read out or just know them all off by heart? The trick I find is to know the rhyming pairs because they just stuck them all together in little pairs that are easy to remember. Any ideas? Philly and Killy. The ones that sadly died. Spoiler alert. Gloin. Yes. Gimli, son of Gloin, so therefore Gloin, father of Gimli. Bilbo counts. It doesn't need to be a dwarf. Gandalf. I think he's not on the list, but I believe Gandalf should count. Yes. Okay. Gandalf gives you half a point. Balin counts. I'm just going to run through the full list. It's Philly, Killy, Oin, Gloin, Balin, Dwalin, Ori, Dori, Nori, Biffa, Boffa, Bomber, and Bilbo Baggins. It's 1 point for the 5. So if you got like 3 out of 5, or if you got 2 and Gandalf out of 5, then you get a half point. If you've got 6 there and 5 of them are right, I think. Yeah, 1 point's fine. Yep, those are both right. So then the last round, Apocalypse. What is the name of the angel on the main cast of Supernatural? Is it? Yeah, I thought you said like Jaspiel. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not it. Castiel is the answer. In Good Omens lore, why was the M25 built? I want to hear people's answers for this because it's a long explanation. So I'm curious what people put. Should we go around? That's correct. Yep, same thing. Yeah, the answer is basically it's in the shape of a demonic sigil or a satanic rune, which could never go wrong or light on fire or anything bad ever. I'm sure this was a great idea.
Did it say main or just say angel?
It said the angel on the main cast, so I believe not. I would. The thing is, like, even I knew that, and I haven't watched Supernatural, so.
Because technically, Lucifer half the time is played by the guy that plays Sam Winchester.
That's true.
Who is on the main cast.
Half a point if you put Lucifer. In Good Omens, who wrote the nice and accurate prophecies? Agnes Nutter is correct. Now I'm craving nuts, as in like peanuts, because I'm really hungry. And in Good Omens, how do Crawley and Aziraphale avoid being decorporated after the apocalypse is prevented? Block your ears if you don't want spoilers. That is accurate. Yes, I'll accept that as an answer. They did a swippity swappity. They swap places or words to that effect. Anything else like that can get the point. In 1984, what superstate is Airship 1 in?
Essex.
That's correct. No, it's not. Any ideas?
Oceania.
Oceania is correct. What does Negan call his baseball bat in The Walking Dead? Anyone know? No one knows. It's not Dorothy, it's Lucille. The baseball bat is French. What is the name of the corporation that created the replicants in Blade Runner? It's not Oscorp. That would be really funny, though. Well, yes, but actually, no. No, it's not. It's the Tyrrell or Tyrell Corporation.
Oh, like the crisps.
Yes, exactly that. According to, this is quite an interesting one because it's quite controversial. Some people say he is, some people say he isn't. I think if he isn't, then it kind of misses half the point of the film. But according to the director, Ridley Scott, is Deckard a replicant? Yes, the answer is yes. What is Neo's real name in The Matrix? That is incorrect. Mr. Anderson is correct, but like, I'll give you half a point for Mr. Anderson, and if anyone can give me his first name, then you'll get the full mark. It's Thomas, yes. His full name is Thomas A. Anderson, but if you say Thomas Anderson, then I'll allow that. And what happens if you take the red pill according to Morpheus from The Matrix?
You'll see how deep this rabbit hole goes.
That's correct, yes. It's you stay in Wonderland and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes, but if you put something roughly to that effect, then yes, you can have a point. I feel like that's a little bit too specific. Maybe, okay, maybe for you wake up or you learn the truth, maybe a half mark. Because they're, well, technically true, they're not what he said. Hey, what is the general clairvoyance called in the Minority Report? Precogs. Yes, that is correct. Okay, who is the main antagonist of Mad Max Fury Road?
Australia.
Australia is incorrect. Immortan Joe is correct.
That's just bad handwriting. No, it's just very bad handwriting.
If you put Immortal rather than Immortan, half a point. If you just put Joe or you just put Immortan, half a point. And name 3 Zombieland rules to survive the apocalypse.
Double tap.
Double tap. Cardio.
Always check the toilets.
Beware of bathrooms is what it's written as, but I'll allow that. Seatbelts, that is correct. Yeah, in fact, I'm going to run through, because there's 11, so I'm just, enjoy the little things is correct. Do you want to go up to the top? What was that? Maybe not. So I'm going to run through them in order. So it's cardio, double tap, beware of bathrooms, buckle up, travel light, don't be a hero, limber up, when in doubt, always know your way out, the buddy system, check the back seat, and enjoy the little things.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. So far we've just been doing half marks, so I think if they get 2 out of 3, half mark.
Are you including the rules from the second film? The second film?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't explicitly stated no, so if yes, what is the rule and we can check that it's correct.
Oh, no, it's not even that, because in the second film there's also the laws of the other guys that aren't just the rules.
I didn't. It's not the rules then, yeah.
Not that I said any of that.
Okay, in Shaun of the Dead, where should we go and wait for this all to blow over? The Winchester. Yes, that's the name of the pub. Half point for the pub. Yeah, I'll allow it. Okay, and that is it. So if you want to add up, we may need those for tiebreakers. If you want to add up the points of the other teams and then swap it back over.
There were no number. Wait, that was supposed to be number line question.
Lol.
Please tell me the number line questions were just numbers, and the answer was either number line or not number line.
I don't know what number one is. Do some maths. I knew the Good Omens ones. I probably knew all the Star Wars ones, apart from the pod race. I don't know whether I would have known the Dog 2 ones or not. I guess it would have come down to the moment.
I would have known.
Just like seeing them on, like, I recognize that. Also, after this, we do not wink wink have a fish duel. That is not wink wink taking place outside. And I think Tom will tell you more about that when the time is right. But before we do that, I'm also going to be announcing the winner of the scavenger hunt. We will as soon as I've done some quick mental maths.
Who like won or lost or managed to do the nonogram and crossword?
No, I mean, yeah, we're gonna. Can we just quickly do some maths on this? Oh, yeah, you put your pen. I'll do your Garfield. With and without 500 because we weren't sure about whether to include the 500
Get time to make that meme. Forward
Tom has to leave again, apparently. I'm surprised he has to leave this movie because he is one of the events. Phil, you're the one that's not Phil. Tom, you're the one that knows what's going on.
Well, we're going to see what that's the bill
There you go.
I really want to do this.
I've got a second one.
It's very, is that one is very satisfying.
Wait. We're going to do that as a prize. So
we're going to do destroying the rest of the buildings as a prize. So don't destroy the rest of the buildings.
Oh, did you do the second one? Oh, sorry.
There is, however, still a bit.
I don't know what these. I don't know what these are worth. I guess that's worth. It's meant to be the 8 plus 5.
I'm the senior here. Yes, I am, because this is Picocon.
He said he's 30 years old.
It's all done. Jesus Christ.
Okay, has everyone got an added up score? Has everyone got an added up score for the quiz that is still going? Do you want to? We can run through the numbers. Try and keep this organized.
What's going on?
We're still finishing the quiz. We haven't finished yet.
We haven't?
Yeah, no, we haven't done all the scoring or anything. That's why I'm still trying to get people to like not all leave. So can we do a system of waving hands in the air? So we're going to start low and we're going to go up with the numbers, and everyone wave your hands in the air. And when your group, when we get to a score that your group has not got, put your hands down. You start small with 5 points. If your group scored 5 points, if your group scored 10 points, if your group scored 15 points, if your group scored 20 points, if your group scored 23 points, if your group scored 25 points. You guys aren't wiggling very much. I may have to deduct points. It's meant to be exercise. If your group scored 27 points, if your group scored 30 points, if your group scored 32 points, if your group scored 35 points, if your group scored 33 points, if your group scored 34 points, 33 points. Woo, congratulations. There is a prize for you. Your prize is you get to destroy the rest of the buildings. Potentially with the hammer, but be very careful because it is very heavy. Yeah, maybe be careful with that. Don't.
It's far heavier than it looks. And it looks heavy.
I don't need a picture, but all right.
Congratulations.
There we go. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is the thing with the ring, like, at first they were like count it, but then they were like, if no one else put it in, don't count it, because we don't want it to be the decider. It is the decider. So the question is, do we count it? I am biased. But they did, yeah. Basically they said like they put it in, but then they were like, it's technically not fair, and so maybe we shouldn't count it, like if no one else put it in, don't count it. So I don't know. Because they didn't technically give us the woman. They showed us it. And they were like, well, it's the woman we don't have.
We kind of gave it to the Queen's now, but it is the decider.
We could have a representative from both Garfield and Holland do a Gollum impression, and whoever does the better impression wins. You can indeed.
Yeah.
You miss.
I feel like people may not. They're not trying. It's that this is either gets. Why don't we ask the people it's okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. Yeah. But also stick around if you want to not duel some not fish, because that's happening. Cool. So it looks like Phil is out, Tom is out, and the rest of us are doing the fish duel. I don't know how the fish duel works, I've never been here at the fish duel. Be very careful with the hammer. Yeah, maybe put it down and pick it up rather than handing it person to person.
If they catch on with
Careful of the wall, like the wall of the building. I don't know, it's getting to the point where I'm like, I don't know how to order this. It's just kind of dissolving.
We are axing one ring.
Axing one ring, okay.
I really willing to do a Gollum impression, but I can understand.
Okay, we also have scavenger hunt scores, if people are interested. Okay. And this, I guess, also determines which the best Spider-Man is for all eternity, so no pressure. In third place, with 191.6 points, we have Team Maguire. Is anyone here actually in Team Maguire? In second place, with 366.6 points, we have Team Garfield. Which means that in first place, with 491.6 points, largely due to people that aren't actually here anymore, we have Team Holland. Okay. A refund on your own?
I have no.
So now if people will slowly make their way on over to Queen's Lawn, something is not happening there. It may take us a little while to set up as Tom has left and I thought he was organizing it. So, yeah, but have a think if there's anyone here that you would like to challenge and then not proceed to hit with a fish.
I don't feel like
Phil is not here.
Phil's not here either.
He had some personal stuff to deal with. Basically, half of the committee is no longer here, so we've
Yeah.
got to deal with everything and then tidy up.
Yeah.
Oh, where did the witchy thing go? Because I was going. Oh, you've got it. I was going to hang that up in the library. I feel like it would go
Got
with the stuff that's. I'm going to put the hand on a shelf and hang up like the upper part of the
What about
torso.
this one? I can glue it back together.
I feel like Matt wanted it because he
Oh,
said to remind us that he was here to remind him.
Matt, reminder that it's here. Reminder it's here. Matt.
So yeah, we're going to be taking a short break, and probably at like 10 to 7, maybe 7 o'clock, we will be on Queen's Lawn. But we've just got to clear some stuff up here as well,
Yeah.
and tidy up. So yeah.
And do you want this
Which
Okay. Also, does anyone know where the nearest recycling bin is?
upstairs.
Okay.
It has toes. Yeah.
It's
I don't know, I
upstairs.
just got it off the thingy, but-
But it has toes. If you,
I might.
yeah, it's on the side table. It's not on the main table. Okay, tell you what, I'll take it. Okay.
It's a very cool